Okay, I'm trying to find some things. This thing, hope we might work on a little bit of it today, but I kind of have some like a little bit of practice. I feel like I need, but we ended up doing that one. I like how it looks. Yeah, I might have to do some adjustments though in the Apple region because I feel like it's a little bit not right. You know what I mean? Just a little bit, just a wee bit. Not too crazy. Hold up, I gotta do the YouTubey things. Yep, it looks like it's working. There you are. And let's plug this in before it oofs. Where are they even from? It has to be like a Fortnite thing, I think. Alright. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find something. Hmm. Ooh. Oh, this is dope. I gotta keep that. I got to. It looks so good. Like the hair, I definitely wanna use it for something. Uh, oh, I remember this like years ago. It's so funny. Oh my gosh, that is a lot. Um, yeah, we might just jump in the deep end, see what happens. Wait, that's actually. I mean, I have that, but still good to see. I gotta do a couple more skull stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna do it today, but definitely in the future. Should have did this before stream. Had to pray though. Is that an excuse? No, I could have did before that. Um, I think I'm just gonna go with what I have, and then just so we can have something to like something on here, some kind of movement. Cause I have some. Yeah, I have some. So I guess yeah. Let's do that. Ooh, this right here, I kind of want to try. Like, ooh, this one. You see that, man? Like, sometimes you just get lost in the Pinterest reference thing, man. Okay, I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna use this one, and I think I'm gonna limit myself. I'm gonna put like 7. Let's say I'm gonna say like 7 of them, right? And once I finish like 3 at least, then I can go from there. This pose right here just looks really cool. I love like the energy. I have to capture that, you know. I must. This person right here uses pink to shade their, or to line their, or to like under sketches. Should I do that as well? No. No, let's not do that. I'll use red. I mean, I'll use blue. Pink could be their favorite color, so it makes sense, right? If I use my favorite color. Ooh, this one looks cool. Okay, wait. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. Or what I can do also is put like a timer, right? We have a certain timer. Actually, no, I think it'd be better if I had like a select amount, so I can only select like 7 of them, like I said, and then work from there. Okay, let's move this over, and then let's put that over here, and then open this, and now let's get going. Okay. Wait, before we do that, I have to. Oh crap! I have to send it over. See what she thinks. I really don't know, really. I don't know. Because I was thinking, like, should I put, like, yeah, I could do, like, a little subtle, before I send it, I could do, like, a subtle shadow, right? Like, a little soft, wait, my tablet is about to, if I don't plug it in. If I do, like, a subtle shadow to it, maybe? Yeah, just like I did with the top 2 heads. Excuse me. So, yeah, I might do a little something like that. Might do a little something, something. Yeah, I might do a little something, something. Okay, so let's go here, and then above it, and then clip down, and then here, and then let's get like a nice little purple, like right here. And then we'll use this as a multiply. Yeah, I know, it's low opacity. I don't want to do too crazy, like make it too crazy. We're just going to do like, wait, I have to adjust these as well, like I said. Gotta adjust the apples, you know, for all the people in the back who are gonna be like, well, it's not, they don't look the same. Okay. I mean, kinda. I feel like I might have to bring her hips, I mean her waist in a bit more. Maybe. Okay. And I had like an idea of how I wanted to shade it in. I might just do like a top down, but I had an idea, like a really interesting one. So I was gonna do, alright, I was gonna grab like from like right here, it's still like from the top, kind of. And then we'll wrap around and then do like some kind of thing like this. It wasn't a sketch, but I just deleted the sketch. So we're winging it here. I just got mad at Zura the other, and I just got mad at Zura the other day for deleting the sketch, and I just deleted it. Come on, man. Come on, my guy. Okay. And right here we can get like a nice little shadow for like the knee being casted right there. And then we can pull a little bit more. Pull. Have the pulling of the have the pulling of the fabric. We can go down and then get like a nice shape here, alluding to that fold, and then the bottom. And then inside here we can get something like this. Like that. And we can kinda, and then we can get this as well. Trying to also remember to stay pretty zoomed out, because I don't want to get too far into the details, because it doesn't matter, because these are going to be seen from a distance anyway, so what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Alright, and then we can do like for her leg as well. Let's go. I feel like this might be a little too much for like a anime style. It's still like simple, but I don't want it to be too much, you know? Like too much. Like I said, it's still pretty simple. One clean shadow. One clean shadow. Yeah, I think it's fine. Maybe, honestly, I might do this. You see, like how these are, like I might have it like, ooh, hold up. I might do like, can I mask this? Can I mask it? And do like, some halftone. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe like a subtle little thing. Maybe wait, no. Yeah, maybe bigger halftones. Whoops, what am I doing? Oops. No, the other ones are better. What's up, bro? How's it going, my guy? Maybe in red. Oh, because I'm in the mask. Of course. Honestly, maybe, bro. Because I don't want... Like, these are like background elements, right? The main piece is the center one. And with this one on the side right there, might work and everything, you know? It's cool. It's cool, and I just need to put the name and fix it all up, and then we'll be done. But yeah, that's that piece. Finally, right? But yeah, I have some other and we're gonna probably work on this a little bit later today. I don't know. I wanna get some other work done, like some other little studies and stuff done before we end up tackling this beast. Probably, I don't know. Hopefully, we end up being able to do some things here. But I want to do some pose and stuff. Let's see. Let's close this. Go. Delete. Get out of here. See, this is why I kind of don't like drawing on the same layer like this for the time, because now if I want to check to see how long it's taken me to get here, it won't tell me because I've been on this canvas for days. So watch, it's about to say like 80 hours or something. Maybe not 80 hours. 44. That's a long time, bro. That is a long time. But it's because we've just been on this page for days, you know. Okay. But yeah, bro, how's it going, man? How you been? How's life and stuff? So what I'm gonna do, I'm just going to draw some poses and stuff and see what we can get done. All right, some cool stuff. Maybe we can even turn them into some characters of mine, or maybe some fan arts, or some of your guys' characters. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I end up feeling. The streams will be more chill, I think. Hopefully, I don't want it to be too crazy. Is it gonna crash on me? Yeah, it's gonna crash on me probably. Probably because I showed you guys the the yeah, of course. Probably because I showed you guys the time, most likely. All right, so what we're gonna do with this one, I'm gonna do like a shoulder line. Come on, open up. I'll show you guys the sketch. I don't know what's happening. Like it doesn't want to open now. I'm about to turn on the light probably. Yo, is this thing really gonna start glitching out like this now? Okay, let's try going to my settings and then going here and then doing this and then doing that and then going back to here and then going here, letting it load a little bit, and then now trying it. And now what? Are you gonna work now? There you go. Alright, so we're gonna start off with a nice little shoulder line. And we're gonna find that curve, like I told you guys, the K. We're about to make the K, guys. I'm gonna find that curve, and then I'm gonna find this angle, and I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna go out. But the thing is, in this pose, I'm assuming that she is like folded like this. So we're gonna see the bottom plane right here. So come in, go like this, curve around, go up, follow that curve right here, and we're tucking in like we do. We're gonna get that side, we're gonna curve down, get the front, we're gonna curve this way, I'm gonna go up like this. So this is our shape for her torso. Alright? And it's just quick. That's how we did it. We just literally drew a K. If you look at the K right there. Wait, I said I was gonna use blue, didn't I? You know, let's use purple. Why not? I like purple too. I'm gonna use purple. Okay. So now that I have these, I'm gonna find the center. And then this is the center of the hip area. Is the side plane. Really important to understand that as well. Getting box going like that. And now that we have this, let me shrink this down because I have to zoom out and remember to zoom out just so I keep proportions, or try to. We're going to draw a boom, like a line right here going up because I want her knees to go up here. This knee going up here, and then the leg coming down here. To like, did it crash again? It did crash again. Come on, bro. Okay. I'm gonna have a leg come down here. And then I'm gonna have this leg come down here. And then we're gonna have, wait, let's just put the knee joint, why not? Knee, you know, what if I drew the head first? Let's draw the head right here. I want her head right here. Like right there, and then her neck will be like right here, and her shoulder will be like right here, her arm come out right here, and then the rest of the arm going out that way. The other arm, I'll do shoulder right here, and then the arm coming out like right here, and then going out the rest of the way. And then her feet are going to come down here, and then like right out to here as well. Just getting like a quick little gestury thing probably with her pose. Alright, so now that we have all these little things here, I think everything is like where I want it to be. You can get like this little triangular shape just to see the knee to the head, that little place right there. And then that shoulder line, same. This little shape right here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so now I have all that, lower the opacity. I can find the ribs. So I'm going to go on the top section of that, of the K. I'm going to draw an egg shape inside. But remember, this is the side. And we know that because we drew the box. So we get the K. This is the front. And then this is the side. I'm going to draw like this little shape right here. Hold up. Let's go up like this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Go up like this. This one come back up and then it curves like this. I like to draw this shape right here, or like this figure 8 thing, because it tells me like this is the underside from the front, and then the other, like the back, like comes back there. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So now this is the rib cage, right? And then we're gonna do, the shoulders are here. Remember that they're on the side. The other shoulder is over here. Right? Or is that the knee? Okay, yeah, the shoulder. The knee's up here. Okay, okay. I don't know. Purple might not be it for me. I might just need to get used to seeing it. And then we're going to draw the clavicle here. And then remember the neck is the head. The neck is going to be here. The knees are to cover this part of the neck, but it's fine. The traps are going to be here. Right? And this is going to be her rib cage with her shoulders. Right? And then I'm going to follow this coming down, and I'm going to split this in half. And we're going to draw like a nice curve, like a nice oval, let's say. This is for her hips, okay? I like drawing this box once again, just so I know where the edges are, because these are like the points to remember, because that's where the crest curves, right? So this is going to be the center. I'm going to fold it down to the middle to find the, yeah, that area. And then we're going to draw a nice like ellipse like this. It's touching the edges of these this box right here, and then this side we're gonna do the same thing, drawing an ellipse touching the edges right here. It's gonna be a bigger ellipse obviously because it's closer to us. It seems bigger, but it's like the same. If we were on the other side, we'd see the same type of ellipse. And then we can curve down to this section right there. Same on this side, we'll curve following this. And then we're going to do another little ellipse just to show like where the leg joints come out. So we draw this, and then we're going to go up following that. And then we're going to draw this one, and then this is our hip region, right? So now we have that. I'm going to find the great trochanter, which is like right here, comes out. And I'm going to go up to that leg to get that knee. And we're going to come down to this foot right here. And I'm actually going to push this foot out a little bit more. Let's draw the knee, right? I mean the ankle joint right there. I'm going to draw the leg to come out about like right here, because it'll be closer to us, I think. It's like a bit of a perspective, right? And then this one, we're going to put that knee a little bit further out. Yeah, a little further out. Yeah, see, I knew like we could push it a little bit more. I will come down. We're going to curve this shin out. And then this leg, I'm going to do like right here next to the other one. We're going to go in right there. This is the ankle, ankle joint, and then and go down like this. All right. And then, I mean, it's going to be covered, but, I mean, I'm talking about the guts and everything in here. But we can get a nice little curve, like a nice little normal slope right here. She isn't too big, so it doesn't really matter. And on this side, we can just connect it like this. Folding like this. Like if we were to see inside, it'd be something like that, but we're not going to see that because the leg is going to be covering it. Alright, so now I'm going to draw the pecs. Actually, no, let's draw the legs first, because I don't know, because sometimes I like to draw the pecs and all these things just so I can know where the things will be. So let's say the shoulder's here, right? Yeah, that shoulder's here. And that arm is coming out behind here. Let's put the arm up. Why can't we do that? Why can't we do that? All right, so we're gonna follow the same path. I'm gonna put our arm up here instead of down there. And we can put like a little hand here. A hand right here maybe. And then our arm could come down the wrist. But this would be covered anyway. I mean the elbow, but this would be covered anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much about over there. So now we're gonna draw the pecs. We're gonna come down, curve. She isn't too muscular, so we're not gonna do too much of a crazy thing with it. So to do this, I'm gonna curve, I'm gonna go up. On this arm, we're gonna draw this sphere down to the tube. Excuse me. And then we're gonna draw another tube. And then we're gonna draw a hand. This pose is actually like you guys won't be able to tell, but this pose is actually from a guy who's sitting in a shopping cart. So that's why it's like this. Like he's inside. Like if I were to draw the whole shopping cart, I might draw a shopping cart later. I don't know, but like he's inside a shopping cart. But this I'm drawing more of a female character. This is like more of a female body type anyway. Alright, so now I have that arm. Let's draw the leg. So we're going to do right here. I'm going to get where that knee joint is. And we're going to come down center. And we're going to draw a tube. Like so. And I'm going to erase the inside here because I need to see. It's hard to see. And then we're going to remember thinking about a box. Like this is an edge, but we're going to curve it though. Right there. Alright, so that's one leg. And the other leg, we're going to remember this is the, let's actually draw a little triangular shape right here just so I can know the separation. And then right here, we're going to draw the other leg. The knee, hold up. Yeah, the knees, I moved it over here. I'm going to draw a tube. I'm going to go straight down to that center right there. And we're going to connect it back in here. We're going to turn it over. And we're going to do the same thing. Think about a box, but let's curve it out. I'm going to erase actually, because I can't see. Yeah, it's actually, because the thing is, when I'm drawing the tube, I'm thinking about, or I need to think about, that it's wider at the top, like in an actual leg. So I gotta like do some adjustments. Obviously, I have to think about the glutes on this one, because obviously I didn't draw it. Okay, that's not bad. And then now that I have the knees, let's draw a nice little sphere right there for the knee. And then, actually, thinking about it, I might make the head bigger and bring it down more, I think. Or, no. Yeah. We'll bring it down more, and then I'm going to make the knee higher up, or the leg higher up. So this one, I'm going to pull it, turn it, and then make it like bigger, like right here. Yeah, and then this one, I'll do the same, because obviously I have to, it's the same. Let's do this, and let's move it a little bit that way. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay, so now that I have that, I'm going to go from here, and I'm going to come down to this ankle right here. And then I'm going to draw a sphere. No, I'm going to draw a tube, cylinder. And I'm going to curve, and I'm going to add the calf right here. And I'm going to erase once more. And then we're going to do it again on this side. This time I'm just going to draw it in there. Yeah, like that. Actually, I'm going to bring this down a bit. Yeah. Okay, and I did say I was going to bring that arm up, right? Yeah, I'm going to put like a hand up here. Maybe too big of a hand. What if, I don't know now. I have no idea what I want to do with this hand. Let's put that in there though. What's up, Zara? What's up with my chat, bro? I have no idea. What do you mean? What happened? Let's see, what car is that? What car is that, Zara? Yeah, I know, I heard. Crazy, man. Insane. Truly insane. Yeah, let's bring that knee up a little bit higher. I feel like that leg. I feel like that leg could be pulled out a little bit more. I don't like the position. Wait, actually, let's move him. Let's move her over, and then to justice. I need to get some tea. Yeah, I feel like that's better. I mean, I won't even be able to get it really. Bruh. Oh, never mind. It's it's season 2, part 2. Never mind. Never mind. Disregard. Disregard. Trying to have it cleaned up, you know. Just so it looks nice. You're back? Dang, bruh. We just had a whole I had just had a whole conversation with you, man. I'm playing, I'm playing. time this to see how fast I got this pose down, so I can see if there's a way that I can go even faster. Yo, this is the first time in a while that Titan just showed up with a yo. That's it. Just a normal greeting. Let's draw Loomis. Exactly, bro. I feel cause yeah, me and Titan was talking about something, and I think Titan, man, mm, is it about that situation? Yeah, I guess it is. That's what I was saying. I was like, I didn't know. But dang. Feels like I'm minimizing, but I'm not. I'm not trying to anyway. Oh, this doesn't need to be here. What the heck? fighting, bro. I feel bad now that because of how you said it, um, I felt like, I mean, how I feel now is um, like I was, what's the word? I mean, I said minimizing before, but I don't think minimizing. But I wasn't acting as serious as I should have, because I didn't know it hit like that. I mean, because you did say you did see it like multiple times, so that could be also another thing. Yeah, let's just not talk about it. Let's just not talk about it. Y'all like tall girls or short girls? Okay, that's a definite switch. I mean, it depends, like how tall and how short, you know. Because sometimes too short is an inconvenience, you know, and also too tall could be an inconvenience also. So it depends. I think the shortest I'll go, like 5, maybe like a 5'4", 5'5". The shortest I go. Any less than that might be a little. And the tallest, I like tall girls. Okay, UG. Tall. I'd say the tallest I'll go. I mean, the tallest I'll go. Honestly, like being realistic, I'll go. I'll go a nice 7. I'll go a nice 7. You know, a nice 7 foot. Like being serious, I can go to a 7. I mean, that's almost dang near, you know. But like, I think I can go like a nice little 7. Tall, short don't matter. Dang. Bro, I used the political answer. Bro, I used the Megumi answer. It's not about how tall she is. It's about what's on the inside. I mean, yeah, but speaking of the Megumi answer, yo, I saw that season 3 is coming out when is season 3 coming out? Season 3 is coming out. I don't know. Next year? I guess that means I gotta finish season 2 before then, man. Yo, there's a fly in here, I think. I heard it. Like, that's what I hate, man, you know. And it was pissing me off. I'm like, yo, there's so much room for you to go to, fly. Why you gotta be in my space, man? Huh? Why you gotta be in my space? You can go over there. Go over there. But Kirby and Chill. Okay, bro. All right. Kirby and Chill. All right. So you do got a little something. So she gotta be tall or short, either one. But she gotta have a little bit of some fluff on her. Okay. Let's go in here, and then we'll pop out here. Season 2+ years for real? I did not know that. But yeah, I definitely gotta watch it before season 3 drops. But the thing is, if I wait for season 3, then I got more things to watch. Right? Isn't that what people say? Trust me, you won't be disappointed. I won't be disappointed, you say, huh? I mean, you haven't led me wrong. I mean, you have before, but we ain't gonna talk about that one time. But I mean, all right, man, all right. JJK. Small Trace Webs and 5-7 and call it a day. 5-7? 5-7 ain't bad. But that is so specific. The heck? I was watching a video today, and this girl, she's an Asian American, and she was adopted, right? And she was talking about, I hate when people talk about, like, how now we have to be more diverse when it comes down to, like, the movies and the comics. Are people forgetting that, whatchamacallit, X-Men is one of the most diverse stores of all time? And then she was mentioning how, what's his name? She was just mentioning all the characters, and like how Storm is like literally like a goddess. How Jean is one of the strongest characters in all of X-Men. I mean, people argue in Marvel, but and how Jubilee, that's her name, right? Jubilee, I think, is an Asian American adopted girl. And she's like, yo, everybody's in there, bro. I'm like, yeah. I mean, yeah. All your characters are technically disabled. Yeah, and freaking Professor X is disabled as well. And one of the strongest characters. And professors. I have a few disabled characters. I don't have too many disabled characters. But the thing is, I feel like also, you don't need a character to be exactly like you to relate to them, Like a lot of people relate to like a Naruto or like a Goku or something. A lot of people relate to these characters. None of them have been through anything that they've been through, but they just relate to their drive and their outlook on life and stuff, right? So I hate when people are like, "Well, we have to put them in there, or they're not gonna relate to it." If they don't relate to it, then you didn't do a good job, bro. Because every single character that like one of my favorite characters of all time. I mean, he is my favorite character of all time. Killua, Zoldyck, right? I relate to him. You think I'm out here an assassin taking people out? Nah. You think I got a family of assassins? Nah. But I relate to him in other ways. Right? And that's how it is. You think I'm a pale skinned guy with lightning powers? Nah. But like I said, relate to him in other ways. I feel like I don't like. I feel like it could be better. I mean, it's not bad. Let's bring this part down. Ow, bro. Oh, speaking of your characters, did you finish the drawing? Zura? Did you finish? Oh, and by the way, I did do the full body one. I honestly thought about these kind of like being like stickers, which is really cool. You know, thought of them being like stickers. There's a complaint? Yeah, exactly. Let them, bro. It's truly insane. And what you'll realize is people complain about anything, about everything. You can never please everyone. So I feel like if you go out through your life just knowing there's a couple people that you want to please, you will finish it today? Okay, that's good. Knowing that there's a couple people out there that you're trying to please. That's why when you're writing a story, they always tell you to find your like what's your demographic, what are these things, because you gotta know who you're catering to. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know who you're catering to. We'll work on this maybe later, but I wanna get some poses and stuff done. I mentioned that earlier, but some of you guys probably weren't here when I mentioned it, so that's why I mentioned it again. For everyone to be honest. Yeah, of course. Did you finish Morgan? Yeah, I finished it, right? Wait, you didn't see the ending? Come on, Bri. Dang, that sucks. You didn't see the ending? Yeah, the ending. Let's watch something different. What do you guys want to watch? I don't want to go nothing too crazy, especially today. We gotta think. We gotta read the room. You know what I'm saying? Boo, 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 boo. What do you guys want to watch? You think you have something? Alright, send it over. Send it over. Oh, I forgot to draw the hand. Of course I forgot to draw the hand. I mean the other hand, not this one. Did you know the studio really helped animate 2 special episodes of the... Oh! I did not know that. I know Growing Pains, but... I did not know that Studio Ghibli did that. But Studio Ghibli did pop off, like... in America. Like, you're talking about, like, back in the day they did this, right? Because I can see that happening. You sent it? Let's see. Let's see what Brad got for us today. When you look at the two episodes, when you look at that episode, Growing Pains, the character's name Annie. Ah. Right. Wait. Never mind. I was about to say, I think I saw this video, but maybe not. Let's see. Well, I don't know if Titan said he's watching this yet. I think Titan said he said he's holding off on this until it's done or something. Hopefully this is not copyright. Brian just sent me a video with copyright. I mean, hopefully, no, I didn't see this video. Never mind.
If you don't know who Kei Urana is, chances are you will very soon. To put it lightly, Kei Urana is one of the most talented authors in modern-day manga.
Yeah, she's
Her
insane.
series, Gachiakuda, by the way, yes, it is Gachiakuda. I've been calling it Gachiakuda this entire time, and quite frankly, I feel like a huge idiot. I've only ever seen the word written, okay? Has received wide acclaim and is now one of the most anticipated anime adaptations of 2025.
It is truly
Urana
crazy.
has been praised for her skills by both fans and mangaka alike.
You can't see?
She went from being a massive fan of Soul Eater as a kid to a...
Oh, Soul Eater. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, I'm about to say, what?
Eventually being recognized by Soul Eater's creator as
his
official successor.
At Weekly Shonen Magazine, the new series by Kei Urana has started. This is someone who loved Soul Eater since they were a child. Urana is my legitimate successor who has already surpassed me. If you like my manga, you should definitely like this one too. Check it out. It's
dang, imagine like a hero of yours saying this.
Incredibly high praise, and she's earned every bit of it. And I can hear what some of you might be saying right now. Well, I've never heard of her. What makes her so special? And oh boy, I'm so glad you asked. We first need to rewind the clock back all the way to the mid-2000s, right in the middle of Studio Bones' rise to prominence, one of Kei Urana's favorite animation studios.
When I was little, I used to sit in front of the TV eagerly waiting for my favorite anime shows to come on. And as that little kid, I used to dream about one day having my own manga turned into an anime by Bones, a studio I love.
By the way, might I just say excellent taste, as Bones is also my favorite studio, except for that one time. But you know, no one lives forever, and I don't know know how much of my life I want to spend talking about Metallic Rouge, so we're just gonna ignore that.
Metallic
This love
Rouge?
of anime would
What is
carry
that?
over to her high school years, and it was during this time that she finally decided that she wanted to be a mangaka. Now, something very interesting about her is that despite the fact that she very much goes against the grain of what you'd expect from a typical mangaka, i.e., she, actually shows her face on camera. Scandalous, I know. There isn't really a lot of information on her life before she was a mangaka or how she even got into the industry. That being said, what we do know is that leading up to her entry within the manga industry, she would upload
I can
art
guess
to her
that, but like,
Twitter
what is it
fairly
about?
consistently. And it's here that not only can we see some prototypes for characters that would eventually show up in Gachiakura, but also just how ridiculously good her art was.
Like when
Bryce
Bryce showed me some art. Yo, this is like Bryce showed me some art. Bryce showed me some art before the anime came out from her, and bro, this style is so trippy. Like, just look, bro. Like, huh? Is it gonna keep going?
Inspired by
Yo, like, just like, I'm just like, it's so, but it looks so good. But I'm just like, what? Anime. I should use the opening. You showed me the opening before? And you like the chick with the dark skin? Huh? What? Oh, I gotta see it again. I don't remember.
Soul Eater, but at the same time, it's very unique to her. But we'll save the art analysis for later. All you need to know is that before she had even drawn a manga, she was basically already a master. Okay, but being a good artist and telling a good story aren't the same thing. Your art doesn't matter if no one likes your story. Just let me finish. Okay, let me finish. I think one of the craziest things about Kei Urana as an author is that prior to her serialized manga debut, she had actually worked on 2 one-shot stories, Nokase and Shikido, both of which would go on to win awards, with Nokase winning Weekly Shonen Magazine's 2018 Manga Grand Prix and Shikido winning the 103rd Weekly Shonen Magazine Newcomer.
Like the hair, bro. It's like, cause like the way that she draws it, it's like, because usually people think about like drawing in like a sense of a ribbon, but it looks like she's drawing. It looks like bird feathers. That's a perfect way to explain it. It looks like bird feathers, bro. Like her hair, the hair that she draws is like, oh my goodness. You sent it to me? All right, let's see.
Rookie Award. Right off the bat, her work in manga was being praised, and this is undoubtedly first childhood dream coming to fruition.
Give me a second, bro. I'm not gonna. It kind of gives me the vibe of, like, just looking at this still right here. It kind of gives me the vibe of Fate. Okay.
Atsushi Okubo on his latest manga, Fire Force. I can only imagine the sheer joy she felt in this moment. Just imagine having someone you've looked up to your entire life, who created what you consider a pillar of your childhood, seeing your work and thinking that you're good enough to work with them.
Yeah, that's
I imagine
crazy.
it would be utterly mind-blowing, but also very, very stressful. Because at that point, you are working on a decently large IP, and you do not want to be the weak link in that scenario. Despite this, however, Urana would serve as Okubo's assistant for a number of years, honing her skills and learning everything she could from him. And eventually, as we already know, would even surpass him, at least according to Okubo himself. And, considering he created Soul Eater and Fire Force, I'm pretty confident his opinion is one worth listening to. That being said, Urana couldn't just assist on Okubo's work forever. She needed to do something that was her own thing.
Hey, how's it going? I'm here, by the way. Bree says, Hazo? Oh, what's up, Bree? But, bro, have you seen this video? The video that we're watching right now? Because I just want to make sure there's no spoilers being thrown. I hope there's no spoilers. Yeah, you have? No spoilers? We're safe? Oh man, this is the, I guess, quote unquote final. But I guess I will do, I think I'm going to do that, the drawing her, like writing her name in like the, what do you call it? In the magazine. I'm going to run with the magazine idea, I think. Yeah, I'm going to run with the magazine idea. No spoilers? Okay, we're good. You've been procrastinating so much this week? Come on, man. We gotta stick to it. I'm not even gonna lie. Low-key, I have to when it comes to writing. But I gotta lock in, and you gotta lock in too. So did you get your manuscript back? Isn't that what you said? Oh, okay.
Punk rock she looks. One of the core elements of Gachiakuda's story is the idea of jinki, or vital instruments, essentially pieces of junk that to most people probably wouldn't mean much, but carry essential value to those who own them. I won't dive deep into this to save on time, but in Gachiakuda, inanimate objects can be imbued with the power of thought and emotions from those that cherish and value these objects, and thus can be turned into insane weapons.
In the past, I broke a pen that I was
That girl's
holding
dope.
onto an anchor. I cried a lot.
I still want to
because
learn
I
more
was very
about
attached to it. From there, I thought to deal with value objects and broken things.
old girl with
And
the
that's how
glasses.
Gachiakuda was born.
This simple childhood story
That one girl with
composes
the
entire soul
with the
of
hole
Gachiakuda,
is
to the
crazy
point
too.
that
That
Urana's
sounded
broken
crazy.
pin is even referenced in the first panel of the manga, Urana's own beloved piece of trash. When she created this manga, having a distinctly trashy look was something she prioritized.
The
using
girl, the
slums
really
from
swole
Nausicaa,
girl.
The Valley of the Wind, as one of her inspirations. And I have to say, I don't think she could have picked a better theme or premise to complement her absolutely insane art style. Something that's really apparent about Urana's work is how much she's able to make her characters stand out. I've said this a few times before, but it really is a skill to make something kind of grimy, unsightly, and even unhinged, but also
Yo, this is
appealing to
insane.
look at the same
I know.
time. And she's gotten so good at this that, according to her, it's just natural for her at this point.
I create them to be decent
And
people,
the girl,
but I
she
draw
swole.
them,
She
and for
okay.
some
If I
reason,
draw
they
this,
turn out to be freaky weirdos. I've given up, realizing
hold
that
up.
this is who they
How does it
truly
look?
are.
One of
I've only seen it
Urana's
one
biggest
time.
strengths is the sheer amount of
She,
emotion she's able to get her
She showed
characters
up to
express.
grab, and she grabbed Jackal. That girl. I gotta learn more about her too.
Whether it's joy, disgust, anger, or excitement, her characters' faces absolutely explode with emotion. And it makes it so easy to not only understand what that character is going through, but empathize with them. I think that for a lot of anime, capturing realism and nuance is a priority. And that's not to say that this isn't a valid strategy, but at the same time, these are drawings, 2D representations of people. When you're able to just let loose like this, it can really leave an impression. And this is only accentuated with the method she actually uses to draw, with very bold, messy, sketchy lines. And Urana is able to achieve this look because, according to her, she predominantly draws using paper.
鉛筆で描いてみたり、筆ペンで劇画みたいな感じでしてみたり、デジタルの方ができる幅も結構多いんですけど、デジタルの筆圧検知では検知できないところまで表現してくれるのがアナログだと思うので、ここは魂込めたいなってところはアナログでしっかり描くようにしてます。どうしてもここはなんか古めかしい場所にしたいなみたいな時とかは和紙みたいなやつをビリビリって破いたりして、かっつけてコラージュっぽくしたりして、いろんな
She looks like
はしてみてます。
This practice of
Like she
analog
looks like her
drawing is
art, bro.
also
She looks like her art.
something that Japanese graffiti artist Hideyoshi Ando employs, who designs all the graffiti art for
Yeah.
Gachi Akata. And it's with Ando's graffiti, along with Urana's stunning character designs and art style, that brings this entire world and all these characters to life. And it makes this manga its own unique thing, and has led to Gachi Akata being praised by critics, with the series even being nominated for and winning awards. For instance, Gachi Akata won the Global Award at the 2022 Next Manga Awards. And this was before it even had an English translation. Gachi Akata wins awards from vibes alone. And this is exactly why Studio Bones simply couldn't ignore it. So this July, next month actually, at the time of this video, the Gachi Akata anime by Studio Bones will finally be airing.
Oh, so
And
this is
thus,
before.
Kei Urana's ultimate childhood dream has finally come to fruition. And all I have to say to that is, that's awesome. The manga industry is harsh, cruel, and anything but predictable. So to see someone who truly stuck by her passion and is now experiencing it pay off in the biggest way she can imagine, it's just so inspirational. And so really all I have to say is, if you like big fleshed out worlds, cool characters, awesome art, sick action, this shonen is for you. It's so clear how much love, care, and hard freaking work this person has put into the story, world, and characters. Even going on a record saying that at times she's even worked 24-hour days to fully realize it. She deserves to have her story seen by the entire world.
Yeah.
So this July, do yourself a massive favor and watch Gachi Akuta.
Gachi.
Wait, no, Gachi Akata.
Yeah.
Gachi Akata. God, I thought I had it.
Fire. It's really good, really good. Yeah, 2 months before. Okay. Let's see this thing. I'm not gonna play no audio because I don't want to get copyrighted. But yeah, it gives me Fate vibes. Ah. But yeah, Titan. Is the anime out? Is there? Yeah. Opening, so. Okay. This is okay. Alright. Alright. I remember, I think, a little bit. This girl. Not that. I know this guy. Wow. Oh, so it's like a mech anime. I mean, yeah, I should have thought. Oh, dang. Oh, snap. Yo. What? What? This looks dope. What the heck? Don't tell me, like right now, I'm having flashbacks of what is it? Ninja Kamui. I'm having flashbacks, guys. A year ago. Dang, so you showed this to me a while ago. Yo, this is crazy. There was another thing that you showed me too, right? A while back. There was another thing that you showed me a while back, Titan. What was it called? I don't remember, but it had some crazy animation. Excuse me. It had some insane animation. You're gonna finish Gachiakura? Like you're about to watch the whole thing? Is that what you're saying? Jay, you're about to watch it? Or are you about to read it? Read it? Oh, wait, I have to check what she said now. Let's see. What you have to say. No, okay. Alright, let's try something really dynamic. These are pretty, I mean, they're pretty basic. Let's try something like something kind of like, wait, this thing. Head, shoulders, knees. Alright, I don't want to do this. If we put the shoulders here, but let's do like a curve like this. I'm trying to get that K looking right. Titan, did you read the JJK sequel chapter? Oh, I heard about that. Obviously, I didn't read it, and obviously, you're not talking to me, but I did hear about it. Is it the one with that guy on the cover? That guy with the globe in his hand? Yeah, I heard about it. Because I seen that picture around, and then I find out. And I'm gonna put a knee here and then a knee up here. Yeah. I saw the art around all over the place, and then I saw somebody talking about the JJK. I was like, JJK? And they're like, yeah, this is da 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 da. And I was like, yeah, let me not continue this. Let's draw the head bigger. Let's put an arm right here. And let's put this arm like right here, and then hand, and then hand. This is pretty dynamic. Alright, so I'll do rib cage here, find the center, going that way. Let's do like a nice little thing right there. Give me a second. Give me one quick second. Alright, we're back. Dynamic. Okay, let's see. Huh. Yeah. Thinking this is the knee, and we'll just come down to the shin. And then this other knee, just have it come out to like right here. I don't like it. I feel like maybe if I were to extend this a little bit. Yeah, I don't like it. I feel like, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, and this, and then the top of the shoulder like this. Do you have any like manga, Bride, that is in a similar style to I mean, not really in a similar style, but in an interesting style? Do you have any mangas that have really interesting art styles? I guess the mangaka is the one who has an interesting art style, but you never know. Not now. I forgot about the arms. That's terrible. Maybe, cause I don't know. I'm just trying to like make a rather fluffier character. I need to also remember to find the bone, you know? So like the rib cage and the pelvic bone. Just so it does its thing. So I'll come in, and then right here, I'm gonna fold it. And then here, we're gonna come back. And I'm gonna squeeze. I guess it's not as big as it could be, but it's something. Oh, Brad's trying to find a hidden gem. Feel like I'm not pushing that shoulder as far as I need to, because these shoulders need to connect, right? So if I put one shoulder here like that, and then I come around getting this clavicle here, right? The traps following the back of the neck, attaching to here, right? Shoulder here, attaching to the big. I might have to put that shoulder a little bit closer up then. Let's bring that shoulder here instead. So we can swoop down, and then right here we can follow the pecs. And then right here we can have that. And this arm, we'll bring it in, and then put it right here, and then we'll draw a tube. And then right here, come down, draw a tube. And then let's draw another tube. Okay. Not bad. Oh. I got 2 videos for you to watch. 2 videos? Oh, and title. 2 videos you said. Okay. And why? I mean, which one? I guess you want me to watch it in order from the ones that you sent me? Guild.
Old West saloon in a TV show or a movie, they're always drinking. They're never eating. But people did eat at Old West saloons. Not only did they eat, but often the lunch was free. And that free lunch could be...
You cut off when you said tight. Oh, tight. Oh, bro, I asked you a question. Bro, I asked you if you saw the spin-off or the sequel chapter of JJK.
Be anything from a sandwich to oysters to a big bowl of the classic cowboy dish, pork and beans. So thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video as we see what it...
Pork and beans. That sound like an hour maybe. An hour, you know. Oh, really? Is this like a...
What it was like to eat in an Old West...
Wait, I think you... No, I don't think you showed me this. This channel before. I think this is the first time. Because I remember you sent me a video about like Japan and something about that. But, alrighty then. Now let's see.
Time on tasting history. Today I am in the old mining town, the old ghost town of Cerro Gordo, which is in California, right
Cerro
off of
Gordo.
Death Valley. Back in the late 19th and early 20th century, it was home to miners working in the nearby silver, lead, and zinc mines, so of course it included several saloons. Saloons that would feed and water the miners when they came down from trying to find their fortune. Now, whether you were in a big city like San Francisco or a small mining town like Cerro Gordo, when
Really?
you walked into a saloon, you could expect a drink, and you could almost always expect some food. Now, what that food was really ran the gamut. They had like fancy
said
French
pork and beans.
cuisine
That's like an
with
hour on the
French
toilet, bro.
chefs in a lot of these places, even in small towns. But then some saloons had, you know, pickled eggs and pretzels, just like you would find in many bars today. But George Ade, when he was writing in, I believe, the 1930s,
I don't think I've ever
he
been
was
to a bar
writing
before.
about the saloons that
Like
he
an actual
remembered
bar.
when he was young. And he said, right in the center of the soiled
I mean, I
table
don't drink,
cover,
so
you
what the
might
heck is
have
the point of me
found a
getting there?
bowl of baked beans, and alongside of it, a glass of troubled water, and in the glass were immersed several forks which, the evidence indicated, had been used in hoisting beans. So the baked beans, I'm making the troubled water with utensils in it, which is basically dirty water that people have been using their utensils over and over.
I like
I'm
black
not
eyed
doing that
peas.
'cause that's gross. Now I found lots and lots of recipes.
Like the band
for
or the
baked
meat- the-
beans,
the
but since
food?
saloons were
Is there a
making
food
these
called black
foods
eyed
for
pea?
profit, I figured I would use the recipe from Cooking for Profit, which was produced with the
Oh, wait, he's
restaurants and
gonna make the
saloons of the Old
food?
West in mind. It was originally published in the San Francisco Hotel Gazette in 1886 and says baked pork and beans. Wash and pick over a large heaping cupful of navy beans and steep them in water overnight. Put them on next morning with fresh water to more than cover and baking soda.
Oh, you
the
have, but
size
you
of a
didn't
human,
drink?
And let boil about an hour. Then carry them to the sink. Pour all in a colander,
I didn't know
letting
he
the
was-
water
I mean, I
run
should've
away,
just-
and put back into the saucepan with cold water.
should've guessed
enough
it.
to
He has an
come up
apron
to a
on,
level.
right?
Boil again, and in a few minutes they will be soft. Season with a little salt and a tablespoon of molasses. Put them into 4-pint bowls or tin pans, lay an ounce of salt pork on each, and bake half an hour. Very simple. I actually found some even simpler recipes that are literally just pork and beans, nothing else, no molasses or even salt. Then I found some really complicated ones that have cayenne and onion and
Excuse me.
lots of other seasonings.
Excuse
So
me.
if you want to add more seasoning, by all means do so. But for me, I'm following the recipe and starting with 1 1/4 cup of navy beans, 4 ounces of salt pork, scored and then cut into 4 slices, a pinch of baking soda, a teaspoon of salt, and 1 tablespoon of molasses. So first, take the beans and
Molasses.
cover them with water and let them sit overnight. You can also rinse your pork at this time if you're using salt pork, which can be hard to find, so you can also use bacon, which you don't need to rinse, but if you're using salt pork, you want to rinse it a couple times. Put it in water, let it sit for about an hour, then dump it out, add more water, let it sit because it is really, really salty. Now once the beans are soaked, there shouldn't be any water left. They should have soaked up pretty much all of the water. If there is any water, dump it out. Otherwise, put them into a pot and sprinkle with the baking soda and add fresh water, just enough to cover them, plus about a ½ inch. Now here we have a decision to make because every other recipe that I found for pork and beans has you add the pork at this point. But this recipe doesn't have you add the pork
Sweet and savory?
until it's baking. The problem with
He tells
that
the history of the
is the
food
pork will
and
not
how
be
things
cooked,
were,
and it needs to be
and
cooked.
then he mixes
So
it.
I'm
Mm.
guessing
Or he mixes it and then he tells
the
the history.
recipe author just skipped that step or missed that step or has the pork
He
cooked
makes it, tells the
elsewhere,
history,
you
and
know,
then he eats
like
it.
on a skillet. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and add mine now because it is going to also add some much
Sorry.
needed flavor. So add it to the beans and let the pot come to a boil and then set the lid on and let the beans cook for 1 hour. And every once in a while, lift the lid and try to skim off any of the scum, but pretty much leave it for an hour. At that point, strain the water out of the beans, then add some cold water just enough to be level with the beans and bring it to a boil until they're nice and soft. This should take about 10 minutes. Then remove the pork and add the salt and molasses and stir them into the beans to coat them. Now this recipe has you putting it into 4 different dishes because it's meant to be served to, different people like at a restaurant. But at a saloon, it would have often just been on the free lunch table, one big old pot, so I'm just putting them into one big tin dish.
Oh
So
my.
once the beans are in the dish, set the pork on top and place the whole thing in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius for a ½ hour. Now saloons in the Old West, especially in a small town like Cerro Gordo, were so much more than just a watering hole. As the first building that often went up, a saloon might also act as the courtroom, a barber shop, the town hall, the undertaker's parlor, or even a church should a
Undertaker's
pastor
parlor.
come through. But on the daily, it was for food and drink. So other than baked beans, what might you expect to get when walking into an Old West saloon.
Time for history.
So the exact definition of a saloon is kind of up for debate. One definition is
where do you
any
find
place that
references?
serves food and drink but makes most
Pinterest.
of their money.
Pinterest is still the best. Even though Pinterest is falling down, like, Pinterest just gives me everything. Like right now, let me see. I should get like a second thing to see if I be able to show you guys these also. But right now I'm working on this pose right here. I'm gonna try this pose right here.
Through the drink. Historically, that definition doesn't
But
always work,
I
but for
find
our
them on
purposes,
Pinterest.
it works. Now, as towns grew up around the American West, the saloon was often the first building to go up. At first, it
Unless
was
I
usually
see
not-
like, let's say I'm on like X or, cause there's a let me see if I can find them. There is a what do you call it? A channel. There's a channel on X. I mean, profile. Yes, a profile. Yes, a profile on X. And I actually have like some of their pictures, so I can just show you that way. But they do. It's a couple, and they do pose references and stuff. Let me see if I can find one to show you. Yeah, this is one. And there's another lady. She I was gonna say she's single. I don't know if she's single, but she just gotta go see it. Have a good one, Zara. But she's also really a really good person for references because they do a lot of reference poses and stuff. Like this one right here is the one from X. So I can show you. She does a lot. And the other one, I have like a reference pack from her from like Patreon. So I mean, I could show you a picture, but I can't like because it's like from Patreon. But let me see if I can show you real fast. So this one right here. I'm trying to show you. Hold up. Let's twist. This is their Twitter handle. And yeah, you can find them on Twitter. And they have a lot of references there. And this lady, she does a lot as well. But like I said, it's from Patreon, so you're not going to be able to see that one. You zoomed right in there. I didn't try to do that. It just happened. But yeah, highly recommend if you, because they have a lot of really cool ones. Like some of them, I'm gonna find one more for you, because they have like I said, it's a couple. So this is just the lady, but there's like they do like some really cool ones. Let's see. I have them somewhere. Oh crap! I dropped the mic again. I'm gonna drop the mic like 4 more times today, probably, maybe 5. I want to find one of them when they're together. I can press play on this while I'm looking for it.
Nothing more than a tent with a few tables and chairs, a place to wet your whistle. And it was only after the town began to establish itself that they would build a more permanent structure with wooden floors, a polished bar, and of course, bat-wing doors. And yes, those swinging saloon doors were real. It's not just a thing from the movies. At least after the 1870s, once the hinge that lets it do that was invented, many saloons had those bat-wing doors, called bat-wings because they look like bat wings. But behind those bat-wing doors, they would have normal doors that could be closed in case it's cold or whatever. One of the reasons for those bat-wing doors was to let the smoke out, people were always smoking, and to let fresh, cool air in, kind of create a breeze if you opened up a window.
Yeah, man, I can't find it right now, but
it was at the height that if children were passing by, they couldn't look in and see all the drinking and gambling going on. And there was always
wait, May, you said you don't even use Instagram, right? So I doubt you have an X. Well, you can find some of their pictures on Pinterest as well.
going on. Now, as far as gambling goes, the most popular games were poker and faro. Faro isn't
Poker's
really
been
played
out
much
that long?
today, but in the
Gosh.
19th century, it was often played more than poker because more people could play at once, the odds were better than most games of chance, and it had very simple rules, and it was easy to follow along, which is always a benefit if you have been drinking heavily, and many people were, at least in a decent saloon, drinking heavily. So what exactly were they drinking? Well, one of the most popular drinks, at least when it came to spirits, was whiskey. There were two types of whiskey usually available: the good stuff and the less than good stuff. The good stuff was usually the stuff that was bottled back east or else in other countries, like Old Forester bourbon or Dewar's Scotch, and it usually came with a labeled bottle. The not so great stuff was usually produced and bottled out back, and usually it didn't have
the
an
Outback.
actual name.
I'm playing.
People would give it wonderful names, though, like coffin varnish, cactus juice, sheep dip, tarantula juice, firewater, rot gut, or any number of colorful appellations. These were usually locally distilled neutral grain spirits that were flavored with coffee, chilies, or tobacco, and spiked with ingredients like strychnine, turpentine,
They put it in coffee?
or sulfuric acid to give it some kick. Basically, if it was the taste you were after, then you get the good stuff and you paid for the privilege. But if it was just the effect
Hello,
that mattered,
Sonia, how's it going?
then take the rot gut and you'll get the same effect, if not
Sonia,
better,
I said.
at half
Sonia?
the price. Now, if neither of those drinks tickled your
Sonia?
fancy, then most saloons would offer beer and champagne. Yes,
Moonshine.
champagne. Champagne was actually far
That
more
I
common in the
remember
Old
the-
West
like
than you
hearing
might
from
think today.
or
Even
hearing
here
of.
in Cerro Gordo, lots of champagne bottles were found. And one reason was because you could
Oh
water
my
down
okay,
whiskey
good.
or beer
For a second,
or
I
pretty
thought
much
I
whatever.
wrote that
But when
on it
you
like
heard
that.
a
I might do it
champagne bottle
underneath.
pop,
It'd be cool.
you knew it was champagne. Now, one thing I find really interesting about the whiskey and the other hard liquors is today the bartender pours you the drink. You're at their mercy of how much you get. But back in the Old West, that wasn't always the case. It was customary to belly up, nominate your pizen, drink fast, and make room for the next comer. The barkeep didn't put the liquor into glasses. If you asked for scotch or what have you, he'd grab the bottle in his right hand, a glass in his left, cross hands, and plunk the two down before you. You took a small or a big drink as you wished. For 10 cents, the tariff didn't vary.
10
So I think it really
cents.
depends on who the man
How
behind
much is
the bar
that
was.
now, you think?
Because many bartenders, especially if they owned the saloon, had a reputation for being sort of miserly. In reviewing a rich and variegated personal experience of saloons, the feature that stands out most prominently in my recollection is the hard, listless, unfeeling type of man who keeps saloons. The bon ami, the good fellowship supposed by some to prevail among saloon habitués, is totally lacking in saloon keepers. I never knew a saloon keeper who was a really good fellow. Though, according to Mark Twain, the cheapest and easiest way to become an influential man and be looked up to by the community at large was to stand behind a bar, wear a cluster diamond pin, and sell whiskey. Now, there were bartenders, often called mixologists, who were loved by their community and true bon vivants. And those bartenders typically made cocktails. Now, not every saloon
It's gone.
served cocktails.
Have art
but
block? You have
cocktails
art block?
were a lot more popular.
Dang. The whole art block. Sad to hear it. Truly sad to hear. Sad to hear. Like, I don't even know what to say. But, do you have any original characters? Any OCs? Do you have any of those things? Let's do that. Like an OC, yeah. Like an original character. Like a character that you've created that only exists in your world now. His arm can come down. What I've been trying to do also, I've been trying to, like, I see this pose, right? And this pose is pretty like a thin female body type. I want to see if I can draw like a large lady with in this pose, you know? This is the rib cage, and this is the hips, and then we'll curve it out, and then we'll come in here, and then we'll go out like that, and this part will just curve down. Yes, I have a few, but trying to figure out the power base. Oh, you're working on the power system. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Ow, 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 ow. So many ways to think of a power system. Like, what are you thinking about? Like, what is your plan right now so far? Or you have nothing yet? What is your idea right now?
Popular in the Old West than you might think. They were usually made with whiskey, gin, or brandy, and had names like cobblers, smashes, juleps, flips,
Juleps?
and crustas. They typically weren't as
Hey,
complicated as
yo.
the cocktails of today.
Let me get
but they were a
what
great
you
way
said, a
to
julep?
temper the flavor.
Hold on, a julep?
Names like cobblers, smashes, juleps.
Yeah,
flips,
juleps. Let
and
me get a
crustas.
julep. Let me
They
get a glass of
typically weren't
juleps.
as complicated as the cocktails of today, but they were a great way to temper the flavor of poor liquor. They could also be an excellent tonic because very often they included bitters, which were seen as medicinal, and
Leave it out?
supposedly
Oh,
they,
yeah?
they were.
Okay.
Though you should take the temperature of the room when ordering a cocktail, because if you're in a place like Seattle or San Francisco back in the day, order a cocktail by all means.
The reason I mention it is because usually when I'm having quote unquote art block, what I tend to do is I tend to draw one of my characters, a character I haven't drawn in a while, you know, just seeing what I can do with them. All right. Right now I'm drawing these two ladies, but when I just start getting stuck on the piece or don't know where I'm going really too much with it, I start drawing other things like poses and stuff, but I still think about like other characters. Like right now, I need to finish up her, like not her clan, but like her people. Sure. Like her daughter is next, and then this right here is her second, like her vice president, and then I have to draw her, and then I have to draw her daughter as well. All right? And then after that, I can do the other ladies where is she? She's here. She's out there, but I think it's safe. I think it's safe. It should be. I got to draw where is she? Zani. Right? Like I have a piece that I want to do with her. I knew I was going to do that. I have a piece that I want to draw with her next. I want to find a way so it doesn't crash on me like that, you know? But yeah, so I want to draw her. Like I have this whole thing because I don't know if I mentioned, but she's a. How do you like Procreate? Procreate is the greatest. It's my favorite. It's my favorite app. Truly. But I have something I have to, or planning on working on with her. So hopefully I get to, you know, do that. But yeah, Procreate is the greatest app. The greatest app. I love it so very much. Are you also a user of Procreate? This would have crashed on me, isn't it? I knew it. I knew it.
Little town like Cerro Gordo, and you order a hot gin fizz or a warm toddy, you might be considered to have an educated thirst, and that was not a compliment. Just stick to the whiskey neat. Now, it's different.
Oh, like when you try to do a little something crazy, they're like, this is a strange fella. But May, I got like like I want to do cuz let's just say one of my cousins, right? She told me, "Yo, like you should make a webtoon." Right? And I'm telling you right now, like she's not letting me breathe. Right? She's like, "You must do it. You must do it. You must do it." And I'm like, "Okay, I will do it. I will do it." All right? But what I'm going to do, or my plan, is to do a like a is to do a like with the girl I just showed you, Azani. My plan is to do like a little, kind of like a one shot type thing with her because, and I don't know if I mentioned, but she's a pirate, right? She's part of the third division. Like she's the captain of the third division in the Blue Flame, I think the crew is called, right? And I was thinking of doing like a little thing of her going on a mission. I don't know. I don't know. Like, and it's not gonna be crazy. It's not gonna be crazy. But I was already playing around or finding out how to do like panels and everything on Procreate, like the webtoon like way. And I found, hold up, let me see if I can show it to you real fast. Um, can I do it like this? Um, yeah, no, wait. If I do a new canvas, I think, yeah, this is how much it was. This right here is the canvas. Oh crap! Like this is two, like the canvas size that I saw people using like when they were making like their webtoons. Come on, open up, open up, open up. There you go. So this is insane, bro. Because obviously webtoon is like long strip thing, and apparently I gotta. I mean, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Like depending on how far I go with this. But like, so I have to draw each thing like this, and I only get. I mean, obviously because of the size, but I don't really think I'll do too much of that. So this is pretty crazy. I want to like do some research though and look up some webtoon stuff, like how they go exactly about it. Yeah, I have to get it to fit on the phone. So I'm gonna have to find a way. You're making a webtoon? Well, yeah, I am now. Apparently, I need to do like, but like I said, I'm not going full on to my story. But I was thinking of doing like maybe like is there such a thing as a one shot webtoon? I'm pretty sure there would be, right? So I was thinking like kind of like a one shot of Azani like going on like a mission or something. Maybe she has to go protect one of her domains. Also, some people making it also comic page, and then oh, okay. So make a comic page, and then just put it here. I mean, I guess it is literally like that, kind of, right? Okay, okay. Hmm. Especially for contests, you think so? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I guess that's the thing. I'm gonna have to work on that. See what I want to do with that. Cause I have to also draw. Cause the thing is, the Blue Flame. I'm pretty sure that's the pirate crew. It's led by, I don't remember her name. I have it written down somewhere. I just don't remember their name, right? But the whole crew is women, right? It's a female, like, completely crew, right? And I was thinking, because I don't want to, like, I'm not going to create every single, like, design every single character, right? But for her division, I already have her and her second or vice captain. But I have to think about at least 4 or 5 other characters. You know, 4 or 5 other characters to. Do you have a Discord? Yes, I have a Discord. Brian, did I change it? So this is Wendy's. Brian, did I change it? I don't know if I did. I might have to go back and get the thing. Um, the cut, the panels up, and rearrange it. Should I rearrange it on this? I mean, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I guess we can do that. Should I do? Because I was planning on doing it. You know, like working on the whole thing off stream. But is this something that you guys think? Should I stream this? The creation of this webtoon? I don't know, because I have to get the design of all the other ladies. Did I change the Discord and the link? Because hold up, I might have to just send the link in the because I thought I changed it, but thinking about it now, I probably didn't. But I thought I did, but I probably didn't. So I'm just gonna send it. I'm just gonna send it. How do I do it again? Brian, can you send it to the chat? The Discord. It won't let me do it this way. How did I do it last time? But yeah, so should I do it that way? Should I stream the creation? But how much for a one shot? Like how many? Because the thing is, when it's a webtoon, how do you quantify that? Because I know in a one shot for a manga, isn't it like 15 to 20 pages for a one shot manga? But how much for like how do you calculate that for a one shot webtoon? I definitely need to stretch more. I've been stretching more recently, but I gotta do more. Oh, appreciate it, bro. But there's the link to the Discord. But yeah, how am I supposed to do that?
Saloons offered different drinks, they also offered different foods because just like bars and restaurants today, they ran the gamut. There were those saloons.
They ran the gamut. One shot for webtoons. 1 or 2 episodes. Yeah, but how do 1 or 2 episodes meaning? Will you play Slay the Princess? Oh yeah, that game you were talking about a long time ago. Slay the Princess? Is that like a PC game? Like a one shot is 1 or 2 episodes. Yeah, but how do I I don't know what that means. Like webtoon, I've only read. I mean, I haven't finished. I didn't because I'm not going to finish the solo one because I want to be more surprised. Like I've read up to the point that we are now in the anime, but I don't want to go any further than that. But like I've only read like maybe 2 webtoons in my life. I might have to read more webtoons definitely to understand. Do you guys have any recommendations? I have to read a couple webtoons to understand the whole thing. There's this one webtoon, I've mentioned it to you guys before, called Killing Peter. It's like a webtoon about webtoon. It's a webtoon about like an assassin. Right, yeah, and he wakes up after. It was great chatting with you, but I have to go. Looking forward to the next live. All right, have a good one. Yeah, and hopefully we can see you then. Oh, I can publish. I wasn't planning on publishing on webtoons, but should I do that too? That's gonna be. Wait, how do you even publish it on here? I mean, it says publish up there. Okay, we're not doing that right now. I'm looking for. You know what Webtoon has a lot of? Webtoon has a lot of some interesting stuff. Like literally, the number one top thing on Webtoon right now is something. But yeah, where's the Webtoon? What is it? The Webtoon. And yeah, May, what is an episode? Like, can you quantify that? And like, I mean, I guess it won't be quantified that way, right? Yeah, it's May. There's a lot of that. Like, you open Webtoon, you get hit with that in the face. Like, oh, why can't I find it? I thought, well, I'm gonna have to search. How do you search? Like, where's the search bar? Oh, there it is. Hold over there. One strip? So one full strip is an episode? Ah, okay. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, there it is. Okay. Killer Peter, not killing. Killer Peter. And this, like, I actually follow the, what do you call it? What is the Webtoon equivalent called? Mangaka is manga, right? But what is the Webtoon equivalent? This series rated young adult for any of you in here right now, but this Webtoon is so like good, bro. Hold up. Oh, wait a second. I'm on this part. I can't show this part because that's where I am at. Let's go back. Let's go back. Is this good? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Like, look at how beautiful this Webtoon is, bro. I'll definitely need to find like a way of doing it as simple as possible. Maybe like in the sense of like a style like this, so I can draw them faster. You know, I gotta draw one strip. Like, um, what is an average? What the heck? There's emojis. I forgot. What is the average, May, of like panels? Panels? Yeah. What is the average of panels on Webtoon? You think for like one strip? Is there an average? All right. Let's get back to that. No. So I don't know. Yeah. Cause I was thinking like I don't know. I mean, I guess as long as you just get the strip done. But like, how does? I mean, I don't know. Because I'm guessing like one strip is like a one strip is like a like a volume, like a manga volume. You think, or a chapter? I want to find where's my manga at? Can I find one manga? Is there one manga next to me? I know there's mangas over there, but I don't want to go over there. I can't find one, but so I guess we'll worry about that when we get there. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Okay, let's get this.
That were a single room with a handful of tables, a few spittoons, sawdust-covered floors, and a tinny piano in the corner. And then there were those that were multi-story buildings decorated with velvet curtains, crystal chandeliers,
Did you read my
silver-framed
my message?
mirrors
Yeah,
behind
The one when you said I should play the, I should do a gaming stream where I play Slay the Princess. Is it a computer game?
Bar and can dancers entertaining the men every night. For instance, at the Occidental Saloon in Tombstone, Arizona, for Sunday dinner, they offered things like chicken giblet soup, salmon, leg of lamb with oysters, an assortment of cold meats, boiled meats, roast meat like suckling pig or pork with applesauce, fashionable dishes like cream fricassee of chicken and lapine domestique with desserts of custard and fruit pies and plum pudding. French cuisine had become all the rage in America at the time, and that included the Old West. Even over in Death Valley, which I think is that way, there was a French restaurant in the 1800s, which is just crazy. There's no French restaurant there now. But for every one of these fancy saloons, there were probably half a dozen that were more middle of the road. They offered merchant lunches, which typically cost 10 or 15 cents and included a beer along with a little stew or baked beans or roast beef or mashed potatoes and gravy. Then there was the free lunch, which was a staple of saloon culture throughout the country in the late 19th century. It wasn't exactly free. Essentially, what you did was you went into the saloon and you bought a drink. And for the price of that one drink, you got full access to a lunch table. And usually the food that you got to eat was worth far more than the price of that drink. So it was incumbent on the bartender to make sure you kept drinking so they could make their money back. The cheapest places for men are supposed to be the so-called free lunches, though this is probably a mistake. For these free lunches are attached to bars, and it is expected that their guests shall patronize the bar sufficiently to pay all favors they get in the way of free food. San Francisco saloons were especially famous for their free lunches. In 1891, Rudyard Kipling, who wrote The Jungle Book,
I could just go
came through San Francisco.
Go on. My fault. I'll keep pausing this. I can just go look on. Chat. Okay. So what did I ask? What is the average? Come on now. There you go. Number of panels for a webtoon episode. Just a number, please. Don't give me a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. The average 60. Okay. 60 is the average. But how do you even, I mean, that'd be nuts. Oh, Brian, you sent me something? Oh, Brian. Brian, come on, man. I told you I don't get notifications. What is this? Oh. Oh, this is all the same manga. What is this manga? Oh, there it is right there. The name. Bruh, is that the one that it has an anime, right? There's an anime out. There's an anime out, right? For this? Because that name, I feel like I saw like an anime. With this name. What? Sazanami. Yep, it's out. Is it good? Because I feel like I watched an episode and I didn't like it. Is it good? Is the anime good? What is he even about, bro? Like I said, I feel like I've seen that name, but I don't know.
And went into a saloon in which men with hats on the back of their heads were wolfing food from a counter. It was the institution of the free lunch I had struck. You paid for a drink and got as much as you wanted to eat. For something less than ₹1 a day, a man can feed himself sumptuously in San Francisco.
It's okay,
even though he be a
dang.
bankrupt.
Yeah,
Remember
Brian.
this,
All right.
if ever you are stranded
I
in
get
these
you. I get
parts.
you.
Now, just because it was free does not mean that it wasn't still quality food. One meal included a monster silver boiler filled with a most excellent oyster soup, a round of beef that must have weighed at least 40 pounds, vessels filled with potatoes, stewed mutton, stewed tomatoes, and macaroni à la française. All that for the cost of a 15-cent drink, which even with inflation would be like $4.25 basically for all you can eat, and you get a drink. The thing is, especially in the larger cities where there was a lot of competition, the different saloons began upping the quality and the quantity of their food to outdo each other, and eventually they made it so nobody could drink enough to outweigh the cost of these free lunches, so all the saloons started losing money. As far back as November of 1854, the saloon owners of San Francisco got together to put a stop to these free lunches. But after 2 meetings, they realized that even if just a few saloons held out and kept offering them, then they would get all the patrons. So free lunches are still on tap for the freeloaders. And there were indeed some freeloaders. It was not uncommon for people to just walk into the saloon, walk up to the lunch table, and start eating. And should this inexplicable lunch fiend not happen to be called to drink, he devours whatever he can, and while the bartender is occupied, tries to escape unnoticed. Of course, in smaller towns like Cerro Gordo, the free lunch usually wasn't so opulent, partly because they didn't have as much competition with other saloons. Also, what you got usually depended on who ran the saloon, who was the cook in the back, or who was the owner. Like, there were a lot of Chinese saloons that would serve chop suey and chow mein, very, very popular in the Old West. Lots of German saloons that had different sausages like bratwurst and sauerkraut on the menu. And then, of course, there were a lot of Mexican saloons because until 1848, California and most of the Southwest was Mexico. And so they would have pozole and tamales on the menu. And most all of the free lunches would have an assortment of things like cheeses and pickles and little cold meats and clams and oysters. Oysters were incredibly popular in America at the time as a whole, but especially in the Old West among cowboys and miners. You don't usually watch an Old Western and see people eating oysters, but they did a lot. Sometimes they were fresh oysters. They were coming in on trains and stuff from places like San Francisco. But a lot of times, especially in smaller towns that were further away from the trains, you would have canned oysters. Then there was another category of food that was almost always sure to be available at a free lunch. These included sundry pretzels, crackers, bits of cheese and sausage, and a salt pickle or a radish, a repast intended to provoke thirst rather than to satisfy hunger. Salty snacks are still common at bars today because they do make you more thirsty.
Yeah, that's why they have pretzels and stuff.
Salted peanuts.
Peanuts, yeah.
Those are still at many bars. But one thing that didn't really make the leap to today is the sardelle. A limp, silver-coated minnow, a relative of the sardine, saturated with brine and probably sold by the hogshead, became one of the staple standbys of every saloon catering to a reliable beer trade. They were saltier than the 7 seas and were served whole. They were in great favor because a patron, after he had taken a couple of them draped across a slab of rye bread, had to rush to the bar and drink a lot of beer to get the taste out of his mouth.
Dang.
The sardellen were more than fish. They were silent partners. So now that we know what they drank and what they ate at an Old West saloon, my question is, how did they eat it? What did they look like when they were eating? Because these were often communities where men outnumbered women 20, 30, 40 to 1, if not more. So table manners, I'm thinking, weren't so great. And luckily, there was a rather prudish Englishman who went into a saloon in Ogden, Utah in the 1880s and wrote about it. I saw a performance that filled me with astonishment and dismay. It was a man eating his dinner. And let me here remark, with all possible courtesy, that the American on his travels is the most reprehensible eater I have ever seen. He never apparently chews his food, but dabs and pecks at the dishes one after
still
the
like
other
that
with a
now, man.
rapidity which merely as a
still like
juggling
that
trick
now.
might be performed in London to crowded houses every day. Every now and then he shuts his eyes and strains his throat. This, I suppose, is when he swallows, for I have seen children getting rid of cake with the same sort of spasm. What I love is that next he includes a list of what the man is eating. The mixture of his food, if it pleases him, does not annoy me, For if a man likes to eat mouthfuls of huckleberries, bacon, apple pie, pickled mackerel, peas, mutton, gherkins, oysters, radishes, tomatoes, custard, and poached eggs, this is a bona fide meal copied from my notebook on the spot, in discriminate confusion, it has nothing to do with me. He says that this entire meal lasted all but 5 minutes. Then he grabbed a handful of toothpicks and leans idly against the doorpost, as if time were without limit or end. The whole thing is a mystery to me. So to honor the rugged pioneers of the American West, I feel that I should drop all semblance of civility as I eat my pork and beans, which should be about ready. And here we are, baked pork and beans from a Wild West saloon. Bon appetit.
Oh my goodness. Nah. Don't pretend, my boy.
I love baked beans.
Really?
Really good. They could be a little softer, I will say that, but...
This man about to, man, at the end of this video, once he says cut, it's gonna be a wrap.
they're not, like, too firm. I just like a softer bean.
He was hungry.
But the flavor is outstanding.
He was hungry.
Every
You don't know
sandwich
what he
is
was
better than
going
what
through
you
over
get in
there,
the
what he had to
can.
do.
Even though there's, like, nothing to it. There's no onion, there's no spice or anything. It's just that molasses and the salt pork. That salt pork, I think, really adds a lot of flavor. Now, I'm not a huge one to, like, just eat the pork from pork and beans, because it's usually just really fatty, as is this, but I'm going to take a bite just to see. It's really fatty. It's really good.
No, man.
Yeah, these are really good. I'm going to be eating these tonight while I'm here. Mighty fine. So as always, I will get this recipe up on the Tasting History website, tastinghistory.com, which I made with help from today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace makes building a website so easy with their dynamic tools like their drag and drop technology.
Is there any more? Like, I posted an example of a website. Oh, in Discord? Let's see. Alright, let's do this real quick. And visit. Okay. Let's see. Is this a one shot? Now watch the second video. I will. Give me a second. Oh, they have like this too? Whoa. I mean, I guess if you want to get like... So I have to draw sideways? I mean, it's not that difficult, especially in digital. I could just turn it. But okay. Ooh, that transition is crazy. So this is the end of this, but it bleeds through and then it gets down to this. Okay, this one, honestly, because I feel like when I... Oh, okay. I feel like when I'm thinking about it, I think of just straight action. But, like, seeing these shots and everything seems like something that, especially just for, like, the beginning, or just for, like, the one shot, technically. I guess I can. I'm not really reading right now. I'm just looking at it. Huh. Truckun? Come on, no. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. For real? For real? Yo. You did not tell me there was a Truckun in this. You should watch his fruitcake episode. Can we say that? Let me chill. Yo, I did not know Truckun was gonna get involved. All right, you said. Let me see the other video that Titan sent over. Uh,
One of the biggest slam dunks in animation history was Batman the Animated Series. Its short yet unforgettable run
Hold up.
heralded a
Titan, this is. Let me see how long the other video is, the fruitcake one. Fruitcake. That video. Okay, I'll watch the Batman one first. And then we'll watch the fruitcake one.
new era for action cartoons. Gone were the days of 80s He-Man or G.I. Joe types, which all sought to
What is
bring
this called? Okay.
comic book art to the screen, adapting a rather detailed, difficult to animate art style akin to the source material. No, BTAS did away with all that. You could do so much more with so much less.
Dang,
as they say in the
classic.
biz, pencil mileage. Bruce Timm's distinctive, groundbreaking drawing style is still highly acclaimed over 30 years later for the countless ways it changed cartoons as we know them today. But a couple years after BTAS wrapped up, the Fox network ran through its contracted syndication, and the TV rights were back in the hands of Warner Brothers, who sought to bring new Batman adventures to their Kids WB programming block, thus greenlighting the new Batman Adventures. The show's producers had a hell of a lot more freedom to do some of the things they'd wanted to do from the very beginning. Darker, creepier episodes, heavier emotional themes, more child endangerment. But ironically, they were also suggested to align the vibe of the show closer to the then current live-action Batman motion pictures. We've got a whole video about director Joel Schumacher's influence on the Batman cartoons. You gotta check it out after this. TNBA, we'll call it. It's the new Batman Adventures, not the new Adventures of Batman. Please remember that is a completely different show from 20 years prior. TNBA also needed to coexist with the team's concurrent Superman animated series, and thus the well-known BTAS art style was stripped down significantly. Its extreme angularity, a direct result of new art director Glenn Murakami. With only the lines absolutely necessary to convey the character, it was less likely that the art would lose consistency when hopping between different overseas animation studios. But while the show's budget didn't decrease, its
Oh, is this the
reputation
Ghibli
today
thing you were
isn't
talking about?
nearly as stellar as its Fox broadcasted predecessor, and a lot of that can be chalked up to the sometimes incomprehensibly drastic design changes to the world's notable supervillains. Batman and his Bat team all changed looks, but none of them so far as to leave behind a stench. The bad guys, on the other hand,
No? Okay.
well, if you clicked on this video, then you probably know what I'm talking about. In the Batman animated production, if you clicked on as to leave behind a stench. The bad guys, on the other hand, well, if you clicked on this video, then you probably know what I'm talking about. In the Batman animated production art book released in 1998, series writer Paul Dini described that
Wait, I think I've
Batman's
seen that art
notorious
book.
rogues gallery was on Bruce Timm and art director Glenn Murakami's list for redesign. They proceeded to slim the villains down, change colors, eliminate details, and in some cases, rethink them from the ground up. But while there were usually unique behind-the-scenes reasons for each design change, we're here today to talk about whether or not the changes can be explained in universe. Like, is there canonical clarification for why Killer Croc turned green, or why penguins got more fingers, or why— oh, Jesus! We'll go over the production side of things too, but I want to dig into how and why they all looked so weird now.
Showtime, everybody!
Engagement.
They can talk all they like.
That means everything.
Don't forget that.
You heard it, folks!
Real quick, we're going to be giving away a bunch of cool DC stuff in our next video. All you have to do to enter is leave a comment on this video and we'll choose a winner at random. There's some little fine print below too, please read that. More giveaways will be happening every video for the foreseeable future, so subscribe and stick around. Also, if we get to 200 Patreon supporters, we'll do a Will It Canon episode on Teen Titans and The Batman. Need I say more? Links in the description. Okay, Batman villains. Between the two shows, there was roughly a 2-year time jump, and while some folks have deep-rooted heart canon for BTAS being its own separate universe from the rest of the DCAU, it's absolutely all part of the same continuity. So we'll be coming at this as if every change is indeed an actual physical transformation, not just the same thing, but through a different lens. Because it's more fun this way. I'm allowed to have fun. I have a superhero YouTube channel. There were some villains that really didn't change looks at all, like Two-Face, Harley Quinn, and to an extent, Clayface, who just doesn't look quite as, in Bruce Timm's own words, melty. Then there's those who, while they do look decently different, don't really require a lot of critical thinking to understand, like the Mad Hatter, who really, I bet he was always this short and just wanted to impress Alice, so he put on some of those stupid stilt things Robin wears when he pretends to be Bruce Wayne in the Hugo Strange episode. Or Bane, who decided BDSM was the new luchador. Granted, he lost his accent somehow, but hey, so did Scarlet Witch. Did they actually explain that? If so, I totally missed it. I don't think they did. They didn't, right? They didn't explain that. But that's where the silliness of, like, just kind of guessing ends. So let's dive into the rest, of whom we really do have a good grasp of how and why their physicality hung a 180 for the new show. Well, new compared to BTAS, anyway.
Everything's relative.
About time you got here.
You may look at these two character models side by side and think, how is this any different from the outfit upgrades you were talking about a second ago? Well, there's actually an interesting story behind that, but the bigger change comes in the form of the hair! Back when Catwoman was being originally designed for Batman the Animated Series, the crew wanted to go for a comic book / Adam West Batman style approach, with the ever seductive Selina Kyle boasting flowing black locks. But when word came down from on high that this show would need to take some not so subtle cues from the new Batman Returns film, Catwoman became much more cartoon Michelle Pfeiffer, so blonde she was. But why would her hair be different now in the new Batman adventures? Well, if you're thinking hair dye, you're absolutely right. But if you're thinking she dyed her blonde hair black, well, you're wrong. In the 4th issue of the show's tie-in comic Gotham Adventures, Selina finds out the blonde dye she's been using is being tested on cats, and she goes apeshit on the owner of the company producing it. By the time we flash forward to TNBA at the end, her natural black hair has taken over.
Well, the joke's on you. I'm not even a real blonde.
Bringing us back full circle to, like I expressed up top
That
about the
was so
show in
bad?
general,
Yeah.
cool, nice, this is what we wanted to do in the first place anyway, thank you. Catwoman's all-black look goes at least as far back as 1993, actually part of production art created for an unproduced Catwoman animated series, one of many DCAU projects that never saw the light of day. And while they did need to copy the Michelle Pfeiffer hair, her all-black stitched
Michelle
leather
Pfeiffer.
costume was going to be too complex to animate consistently. Didn't stop good old ACOM Production Company from animating a fire hand at the end of the Cat in the Claw Part 2, but I digress. So a compromise was struck in the form of the gray BTAS costume we came to know and love. The new Batman Adventures Catwoman was a near feline silhouette, so says Batman Animated, and that book's featured semi-final design even showcases some Pfeiffer-esque jagged lines across the forearms, which didn't make it into the actual show, but do pop up occasionally in the DCAU comics and books. The last little detail to change between her designs was the presence of seemingly white or light blue skin when she's wearing the costume, but not when she's not. While I've had heated conversations with other DCAU fans about how this makes any sense numerous times, Batman Animated does describe it as white makeup. So there you go. She puts makeup on the lower half of her face when she puts on the costume. Or is it her whole body? Whatever. Catwoman would later be shown to have at least 2 other costumes during the era of the Justice League cartoon, but we only ever saw her wear one of these, modeled after Darwin Cook's Catwoman, and only in a sort of vision Bruce Wayne is having about past lovers. So who knows if these were looks she tried before landing on the all-black catsuit, or if they came after, or what. All we do know is that it's time to move on to...
So I guess there's only
Riddler.
one thing to do.
Edward Nygma appeared far less in Batman the Animated Series than you might remember. Out of the 85 episodes, Riddler only headlined 3 and appeared as a background cameo one other time, if you don't count this machine gun mannequin thing. But his appearances amount to even less in the revamped show. He showed up once in a dream, once in an embarrassing defeat against Robin, and once where he's tied up before he can even finish his first sentence.
Hey diddle diddle, time for a riddle.
which makes it all the more puzzling as to why his design changed so noticeably. Gone was his mask, gone was his suit and tie, gone was his hair. Just kidding, this one isn't a hair-based conundrum, but it does make you wonder, where did his hair go?
Somebody tell me! It's not fair!
Maybe his inability to understand how Batman survived in his final BTAS episode resulted in him pulling out all his hair in frustration. Or Arkham changed its hygiene policies to be more like the Snyderverse, and by the Batman Adventures Volume 2 comic, he's got more of a buzz cut thing going on, like the hair is coming back. Man, this is a hair one. But the most memorably perplexing aspect of Riddler's redesign was his now form-fitting leotard of a costume, revealing just how skinny the guy really is under all those lumpy shoulder pads. If you remember, at the end of Riddler's reform, when we saw him last, Edward tossed his BTAS suit into a fireplace, believing he had successfully killed Batman and therefore no longer needed to remain the Riddler. So rather than recreate the same suit, he, I guess, chose this. While it's certainly not the greatest thing ever, it does stand out, a definite resemblance to the old Frank Gorshin Riddler costume from Batman 66. It's also, understandably, similar to what we got with Jim Carrey in Batman Forever. But while he may have not overstayed his welcome in TNBA, he did become a recurring baddie in the comics that followed up the show, adding a jacket here, pants there, until we got the, dare I say it, best DCAU Riddler look ever. Streamlined, yet perfectly intellectual. And it adds up, as the good book says, what the character lacks in fashion sense, he apparently makes up for in the brain department.
Ironic, isn't it? After all I did to keep my wife whole, I end up like this.
Perhaps the most tragic character in the entire DC animated universe is Victor Freeze. His wife stolen from him by an incurable illness, his life stolen from him by an incomparable a chemical accident forced his continued survival via purely his containment suit that kept him refrigerated lest he spoil. But he was still a dude in there. A sad gray dude who's undeniably terrible to snuggle with, but a dude nonetheless. Yet somehow, in the new Batman adventures, well,
the accident that created me finally
What?
took its toll.
now he's just a head on spider legs. Well, that's what I hear everybody calling them anyway. Spiders have 8 legs, people, not 4. Is there a better name for this? What does his action figure say? Insect body? Insects have 6 legs. This is 4. I suppose quadruped head wasn't cool enough. I'm sorry. Throughout BTAS, we learned more and more about how his body was essentially dying, but his death was kept at bay by that patented Ferris front kick. So sometime between him wandering off into the frozen wilderness at the end of the Sub-Zero movie, and now, whenever now is, everything neck down went bye-bye. I wonder how awkward that night must have been for the polar bears. Freeze's containment suit was redesigned from the original Mike Mignola version, and he was now slimmed down and detailed just like everybody else. Freeze got another new suit beyond this one. No, not yet. I know I said beyond this one for 2 of his Gotham Adventures appearances. More detailed, but still that retro vibe. Eventually, Freeze's decapitated head was lost at sea in the Arctic, where chronologically it would end up incarcerated a couple more times before eventually falling into the hands of the Powers family, as seen in the future of Batman Beyond. There we go, where he got yet another suit, this time based on the art of Kelly Jones.
There might be some
Is it?
momentary discomfort.
But now that we're through all the chill ones, let's start asking the bigger questions.
Too bad we didn't meet sooner, babe.
Nowadays,
What?
Killer Croc is known in the comic,
What the heck did
movie,
you
and
just say?
video game worlds as sort of a giant lizard person, not unlike the lizard from Spider-Man. But the Batman the Animated Series version, alias Killer Croc Morgan, was just some pale, bumpy dude. Sure, he was really strong and stuff, like holy shit, he just pushed over a redwood, but we never got any sort of on-screen confirmation that he was anything other than human.
Believe it or not, the cellular structure is human, but the texture of it is almost reptilian.
But his little bumps apparently flake off in the form of scales, as evidenced by this tiny glove Batman finds in Croc's debut episode. Harley Quinn refers to him
That
as Lizard
voice
Man in the
is,
episode Harley
Kevin,
Quinn.
right?
Batman Animated calls him
Titan, isn't it?
a mutant reptile man, and in Batman Adventures number 7, Croc even calls himself Inhuman, like those Marvel guys that live on the moon or whatever. I don't know, I never watched it. He also has extremely powerful jaws that can bite through prisoner chains, and while we don't know that he can necessarily breathe underwater, he sure can stay under there for quite a long time. So it may come as no surprise that for his updated look for the new show, they just leaned into it. He's gone from gray to green, and even has fewer fingers. I don't think I'd ever noticed that until taking notes for this
Yeah?
video, but yeah, he's got pointy Simpsons hands now. The BTAS guidebook describes him as possessing bone-crushing strength and razor-sharp sharp claws that can tear flesh from bone, and his previous ruffles ridges look a lot more like reptile scales as well. He looks much less Croc and much more Doc Connors. I tried to make that work, I did. But there was no explanation given for this in any medium. We may have a hint in one BTAS comic book. Newscaster Summer Gleason calls Croc by name in Batman Adventures number 23, but not Killer Croc Morgan as we'd heard in the show. No, she calls him Waylon Jones, the true identity of Croc in the original comics. But if Waylon Jones is his real name, the Morgan surname just something he went by in his traveling performance days, we may be able to apply other attributes of his source character to the DCAU version. Comic book Waylon Jones was born with a medical condition that caused progressively more aggressive reptilian features. So, like our pal Mr. Freeze, the dude's body is deteriorating. Except he's not going to become a quadruped head, he's actually turning into a dinosaur person. But not like how Cobra did it in Batman Beyond, it's much, much slower. Jokes! This could easily explain why Killer Croc has physically changed so much in the time between shows, and even perhaps why his voice is different.
I threw a rock at him.
Nobody understands how rough my life's been.
Oh, dang.
Just 'cause I'm different.
In fact, the last time we saw him in Batman the Animated Series, he got his shit rocked by Bane. Maybe part of his body's healing process was like, hey, let's be greener and bassier now, like a lizard regenerating its limbs or whatever. My point is that this medical condition thing is probably the best explanation we have, or it could be that he was spliced with some kind of reptile DNA between shows. It's not off the table. Splicing wouldn't become as commonplace until Batman Beyond, but hey, we've still got present-day examples all over the place, like Cheetah, theoretically Copperhead, the pure invention of Tigress or my man Garth, and hell, even the very first BTAS episode features a giant half-man, half-bat creature. Some kind of bat-man or something like that. Comment below if you got a better name for him.
What say we have a little talk, just like old times?
This one's a bit of a weird one. Much like Catwoman, the Penguin of Batman the Animated Series started off more or less resembling his Batman Returns counterpart. That movie version of Penguin was born a hideous monster, much to the disdain of his parents Pee Wee Herman and Simone. Both versions had the big beak nose, the webbed flipper hands, and essentially the same outfit. But the animated Penguin was much more civilized, or at least prided himself on pretending to be so. Not a physical match for Batman, but a mental one. He was so smart, he knew just the right birds to throw at him. His original design for BTAS is less mutated, based on the versions drawn by artist Jack Burnley in the earliest days of Batman comics. For the revamp, they were finally able to say, it's been long enough since the Tim Burton movies came out, let's not do that anymore, and could bring back the, again, original character design they wanted in the first place. And while that's all well and good, it's not enough to canonically just say he lost
I did
some
not know
weight
that
or
they
something.
involved
Now
cats.
his nose points the other way, he's got the correct human amount of fingers. There was probably
DCR.
something else much more unnatural going on under the penguin pajamas we don't even want to think about.
I'm a legitimate businessman now. I don't want to draw attention to myself.
For decades, Penguin's transformation has been endlessly questioned among the DCAU fanbase, and almost all theories point to plastic surgery as the obvious conclusion. Like the Batman animated book describes, he's no longer a grotesque human bird mutant. We'd have to wait to see that until the fantabulous Mr. Wing! But in the very comic series Mr. Wing comes from, Batman The Adventures Continue, we finally got an explanation for Penguin's new look. As part of the newly introduced Jason Todd's Robin origin, we saw Jason kick old Pengy out of a helicopter to an unknown fate. Though this series was drawn by BTAS comic alumnus Ty Templeton, the inks this time were done by DC and Marvel artist Mark Morales. And when you look at him, you can see Morales totally thought Clock King was supposed to be Riddler, but also there's a completely different Penguin design than on the final colored page. It wouldn't be until MeTAC's first holiday special that we'd find out why.
Very swank, Mr. C.
I often soothe my ruffled feathers here, Mr. Wing, like after the time that renegade Robin ejected me from a helicopter. Wow! Ugly business that. My doctors had their hands full stitching up this old bird.
You have to admit, though, the upgrades were awesome.
Maddie insisted on voicing Mr. Wing. I don't know what Mr. Wing actually sounds like, but I'd like to. Hashtag Mr. Wing, the animated series. So yeah, it was plastic surgery confirmed. Well, if not for the fact that this comic is pretty much accepted at this point to not be in the same timeline as the DCAU we saw on our TVs, there's continuity kerfuffles everywhere, and it's been said by the writers to be what they'd do for another season of the new Batman Adventures had Batman Beyond not existed. So while the reasoning for TNBA Penguin's look may still be plastic surgery from some traumatic event, it wasn't necessarily because of Jason Todd. But that isn't to say you shouldn't read this comic. It's still got some really great moments. Read it, you should.
Now you sound like Yoda. You haven't changed a bit.
Yes, I have.
Look, people were asking us since 2017 to do a video on the character progression of Poison Ivy in the DCAU. It's extremely complicated and interwoven between every entertainment medium you can think of. So that's just what we did, eventually. We now do finally have a video out on the channel all about Poison Ivy's history in this universe and how she goes from human to maybe human to definitely not human. It is very big and very good. You should watch it. That being said, you're here now, so I'll at least give you the cliff notes on her B-Task to T, a color described in Batman animated as dead white. She's just some crazy lady who loves plants and hates people in the first show. She's a zombie-colored chlorokinetic in the second show. That means
Speed paints? Speed paints? What do you mean?
She has plant
like you mean like
telekinesis. I had to look that up. There was never any
like, what do you mean?
explanation on screen for the change, but we did
Like
get a
time
mini
lapses?
arc in Batman Adventures Volume 2 that may just spell it out for us. See, in her final B-Task
Oh, by the way,
she gets hit with
Phoenix,
Weed Killer and
this is
melts
what,
into a puddle of green
this
goop
looks
at
like now.
Batman's feet. She wasn't the real Pamela Isley after all, but a veggie duplicant, planted so that the actual Ivy could make her secret getaway. Fast forward to that Batman Adventures comic, and we come to find out that Ivy
you
we've
can do
been
time lapse
following
on
that
here.
entire comic was also a plant clone. So it's been fan base hypothesized over the years that she may have even been that clone as far back as her TNBA appearances. Producers never confirm nor deny this as they don't want to step on each other's toes, but
it is 44 hours.
Well, instead of me continuing to spill all of the green beans, just watch that full Ivy video of ours if you want my entire take on this. The timeline it pushes and pulls, during which periods she may or may not be a clone, how the clone stuff works at all, etc. Trust me, I watched and read every single DCAU Poison Ivy thing that exists, so you don't have to. Oh no, I'm starting to sound like Nostalgia Critic. Ah! Wait, that's not right. Ah!
Scared you, didn't I?
Whew, boy. Okay, this motherfucker got spooky. Third time is apparently the charm for Scarecrow, who has gone from being a skinny nerd with a bag over his head to a more imposingly masked and wigged figure, and ultimately to his current terrifying incarnation as a hanged corpse.
You look like a hanged man who'd been cut down and you know, had gone off to terrorize people. We weren't even sure if there was an actual guy in the suit.
The Scarecrow's final DCAU costume is utterly terrifying, while producer quotes like the one you just heard often talk about him as though it may not even be a costume. There is one single Gotham Adventures issue where we see normal B-Task looking Crane standing in Arkham among other prisoners. They're patients, right? I don't know, that's a whole nother conversation. But by the time of the Justice League era Batman comics, Crane is shown as a gangly, ghoulish figure, only ever seen among the shadows, as if showing what he actually looked like would be too frightening even for the reader. So how did he go from point A to point B? Fan theories have run amok over these 30 or so years, usually centering around his new designs prominently featured Hangman's Noose, as if Jonathan Crane had been hanged to death but somehow came back to life as some sort of zombie creature. That's twice now I've used the word zombie in this video. Hopefully the algorithm picks up on the Last of Us synergy. This dead and then resurrected theory is certainly a fun one, and it makes perfect sense considering the voice actor changed to Jeffrey Combs, who played the Reanimator in The Reanimator. Though while it's indeed fun, it ain't canon. There was a more or less official explanation floating around the interwebs for years, if you knew where to look. Jonathan Crane would have been involved in a chemical accident that fucked up his face, which, for whatever reason, he blamed on Batgirl, adding to the weight of the episode Over the Edge, where he seemingly murders her. Later, he would also be tried and sentenced to death by hanging, but instead of his neck breaking, the rope would. And now, believing himself to be a walking ghost, he would don a much more nightmarish outfit. These stories were never portrayed in any episode or comic or anything. It wouldn't be until 2016 before we got a real explanation in the Batman/Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Adventures comic run. Don't make me repeat it.
There was a crossover?
Here, in the penultimate, that means second to last, issue, Scarecrow gives his costume a concept art overhaul to be more imposing and scary to the Krang, those squishy pink alien guys from the TMNT franchise. This is indeed the same Texas Chainsaw Massacre-y look we got in TNBA. Though while he's no longer a nerd with a bag over his head, he might be, if by bag you mean human face skin. Like, as a kid, I always thought this line indicated a ratty, stretched-out shirt collar. But I may have been optical illusioning myself, and this is actually the end of a sack of skin being held over his real face by the
Oh my
tautness
goodness.
of the noose. This is a gross sentence. So yeah, he said, I bet I could spook the little brain guys from the Ninja Turtle cartoon by becoming the guy from Jeepers Creepers. Then later accidentally two-faced himself thanks somehow to Batgirl. Wait, it must have burned off a lot of his hair too, right? This is just the original Lex Luthor baldness explanation. Damn you, Superboy! All of that is canon. Don't ask me any more questions. Okay, fine. One more question.
A little distraction would be useful right now, wouldn't you say, Lexi?
I saved this one for last because it's perhaps most painful of all the supervillain redesigns. It's simple enough that he swapped his orange shirt out for a green one, or replaced his acid-filled boutonniere, or tailored his purple suit a little worse, let's be honest. That jacket does not fit him at all. But that face, man, what is going on there?
How dare that smug, preening fool try to cash in on my image?
Some people have harped on the eyes and referred to him as the fourth Warner sibling. Others have focused on the absence of the signature red lips. I mean, think about it. If he'd always looked like this, Batman discovering his identity through colored pencils wouldn't have even worked. But when you understand what they were going for, it kind of makes sense. Paul Dini described the face change as giving him the likeness of a grinning skull. And I can certainly see that. Remove his hair and he really is seconds away from Megalovania playing. Supposedly, this Joker design was influenced by some specific panels from the Batman Adventures Mad Love comic, which all stylized the Joker for dramatic effect. His eyes always being this way doesn't really work. But I will submit that this design worked perfectly exactly one time in this shot from the Batman-Superman crossover, World's Finest.
I really have to congratulate myself on this one.
And then Paul, went and complained to Gene McCurdy about it. It's like, hey, Bruce isn't putting lips on the Joker. And then Gene had to come talk to me and said, Bruce?
Did you really complain to Gene?
Yeah. Yeah, he really did.
yeah.
Because he went in and he kind of complained to me, and I went, that's fine. Daddy says no, so you go ask Mommy.
That's right.
In Batman Adventures Volume 2, they brought back the eyes. And in the episode Joker's Millions, we do get to basically see what that would have looked like in motion when Joker's goon Ernie impersonates him for a scene. And I'll admit, I like it better the other way. Call me hypocritical, I can't explain why my brain likes what it likes. By the time the Batman Beyond Return of the Joker movie came around, due to the cryptic, horrifying nature of the film, there was no way the crew couldn't leap at the chance to correct their mistake, and so created what is, in my opinion, the primo chef's kiss DCAU Joker design.
I'm not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
And while I've
crossover to
never
it.
confirmed with
Naruto.
anyone that this is the
I've
case,
seen that.
I would wager that these two moments of Joker walking out of the shadows are sort of a
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
metaphorical
Why don't I say
transition
Teenage Mutant?
out of the TNBA design. It's like when Batman walks out of the shadows in the first Justice League episode and his highlights change from gray to blue. That's a thing, right? But anyway, you just want to know how his lips and eyes changed canonically. Perhaps in an especially dramatic tussle with Batman, his lips were ripped clean off. Perhaps his eyeballs were exposed to that fog from The Simpsons' Treehouse of Horror that turns people inside out.
Perhaps with a cyanide pie in the face.
Well, no, there's actually zero explanation for this in continuity. I'm sorry, okay? This one is truly a viewed through a different lens situation. I'll let Gotham Adventures artist Tim Levins lay it out how he did for us several years ago. To me, each TV show was simply a different iteration of the Batman universe. I don't feel that the Joker decided to hollow out his eye sockets and stop wearing lipstick. He simply always had that design within the context of that version of the DC animated universe. No matter what animated series he calls home, Joker is Joker.
I'm the Joker, baby.
When we see him on a wanted poster in Batman Beyond, he looks like his TNBA design. When we see archival footage under the lens of the Return of the Joker movie, he looks like he does in that movie. He doesn't look like his TNBA self on a recording from 40 years prior, nor did he look the same as either of those when we first saw this scene play out in the Batman Adventures holiday special, because he didn't actually look like that then. Or he's always looked like that, or he never looked like that. It's kind of up to you. There's 3 Joker designs, but they're all, in a way, the same Joker design. Wait, 3 Jokers? But now you know, because it's James's not-so-short show. Not every villain from BTAS reappeared in TNBA, like Man-Bat. Oh, that's a good name for him. Who did show up in a Gotham Adventures issue and looked pretty much the same. Or the famous Phantasm, who came back in Batman Adventures and Justice League Unlimited, looking pretty much the same. Rupert Thorne showed up years later in the revamped style in Mystery of the Batwoman, looking, pretty much the same, and Ra's al Ghul came back, but only in Superman and Batman Beyond, and only ever seen as his traditional self in a flashback of some kind, looking pretty much the same. In both cases, he came back thicker. And hey, if you for some reason hated the new Bane design, you're in luck. The Justice League Wings of War novel describes him as wearing a turtleneck, a shoulder holster, and a watch with at least 3 buttons. So I drew what that might look like. I don't know if it's better or not, but you're welcome. All in all, the DCAU wasn't perfect. Damn near it, but still. The crew made mistakes sometimes and learned from them. You shouldn't take away from all this that I'm dunking on the new Batman adventures. Some of the animation in this show is the best out of the entire DCAU. Don't at me.
She's beautiful.
She can't see that anymore. All she sees are the flaws.
Sure, some stuff is dumb, but these are Batman cartoons we're talking about, and the old Batman-Superman.com official website was one of my original gateways into this universe. So regardless of their reputation, I still love these versions of the characters. Mostly. I'll leave you with one final passage from Batman Animated that I think sums it up nicely. The Caped Crusader is one of the few comic heroes whose persona as a crime fighter, properly handled, offers writers and artists no end of possibilities. Right or wrong is arbitrary. Each story adds a worthy chapter to the Batman mythos. So, which new Batman Adventures designs do you love or hate the most? Are you a TNBA Joker apologist? Or maybe you wish they'd done similar overhauls to Two-Face or Clayface or any other face? Thank you so much to all of our lovely Patreon supporters, especially our top patrons, Aaron Young, Luke Mears, and Jonathan Andrew Brantley, for continuing to keep the lights on here at the Watchtower. Bruce Wayne's checks have been bouncing lately. Patreon link is in the description, and remember, Teen Titans the Batman Willet canon, that can be a thing if you go join up and help us get to 200 patrons. Bye-bye.
He said Teen Titans Batman?
These TikTok videos are gonna feel like a glitch.
Now I gotta watch the fruitcake. Fruitcake! Can we even say that, guys? I've said it so many times. History of fruitcake. Selena, Harley, and Ivy still bad.
Christmas fruitcake may be one of the most reviled and ridiculed of all holiday baked goods, but it was not always that way. In fact, during the American Civil War, a fruitcake like the one that I'm making today was one of the most popular treats to send to your boys in blue or gray. So thank you to Trade Coffee for sponsoring this video as we make fruitcake from the Civil War, this time on Tasting History. The fruitcake as we know it today, that is leavened not with yeast but with baking powder or baking soda, became popular in the mid-19th century. Not leavening it with yeast made it much easier to bake, yet it still stayed for just as long. Basically, fruitcake is the hardtack of cakes. It can stay good for months or even years after baking, which is probably why it was one of the more popular treats to send to soldiers during the American Civil War. In fact, one of the most popular sources for recipes at the time, Goody's Ladies Book, printed their recipe not at Christmas, but in June, so that it would be ready for Christmas. It's for common fruitcake. 2 cups of butter, 2 of molasses, 2 of sugar, 6 eggs, 2 small teaspoonfuls of soda, a little salt, 1 pound of raisins chopped and stoned, 1 of currants, half a pound of citron, flour sufficient to make as stiff as soft gingerbread, spice to taste. Bake in 3 sheets or loaves. Now, fruitcakes are notoriously dense and can be rather dry, so it's commonplace to put some rum or brandy.
I mean, I didn't eat it, but when I was in Colorado, there was one, like right in front of me. But I didn't eat it though.
On the cake after baking and kind of let it soak in to keep it nice and moist. But even so, you might want to have something on standby, like a cup of coffee to drink, from today's sponsor, Trade. Trade is a coffee delivery service that works with over 55 independent roasters to deliver freshly roasted coffee to your doorstep. And the coffees are curated to your tastes and coffee drinking habits. Like this Brazilian coffee roast from Peixoto Coffee in Chandler, Arizona. It's sweet and smooth, which is exactly what I look for in a coffee. And right now, Trade has an option to give the gift of coffee to those coffee lovers in your life with a digital subscription, so it goes right to their inbox. Basically, you buy the subscription, you decide on how much to spend, they get the subscription, and then that person who gets the gift can decide how they like their coffee. And if the coffee lover in your life is you, well, then in the words of Parks and Rec, treat yourself and get a free bag of coffee roasted to
In the
order
words
with
of
any
Parks and
subscription
Rec.
purchase. Just go to drinktrade.com/MaxMiller and get a free bag of coffee with the purchase of any subscription. And you can cancel at any time or customize your subscription however you like. That's drinktrade.com/MaxMiller to get some coffee to drink alongside your fruitcake, for which you will need 1 cup or 227 grams of butter, 1 cup or 235 milliliters of molasses, 1 cup or 200 grams of sugar, 3 eggs, a teaspoon each of baking soda, salt, nutmeg, mace, and ginger, a half teaspoon of allspice, a half teaspoon of coriander, 1½ teaspoons of cinnamon, a half pound or 225 grams of raisins, a half pound or 225 grams of currants, a quarter pound or 113 grams of citron, and 3 cups or 360 grams of flour. And you'll notice that I'm only making half of the recipe that is called for in Goody's book because it's still going to make more fruitcake than you'd probably need. So first, soak your raisins, currants, and citron for a few minutes, and then drain them and toss them with just a little flour. Doing this will help to stop all of the fruit from falling to the bottom of the cake. And I learned this from you, not you specifically, but you, the audience of Tasting History. Because a few years ago, when I did the video on panettone, all of my fruit fell to the bottom of the baked good, and people were like, if you put it in flour first, then it will keep it up and help distribute it better. So
so you guys are teaching him?
And it seems that even in the 1860s, people knew this. I didn't know it until very recently, but in the 1860s, people knew this because one period recipe calls for 2 pounds of washed currants rubbed in flour and mixed into the cake. Always learning new things. Anyway, with the fruit floured, whisk the salt, soda, and spices all together with the rest of the flour, and then beat the butter until it's nice and fluffy. Then add the sugar and cream them together until smooth. Scrape down the sides of the bowl and add the molasses and beat until fully incorporated, and then add the eggs just one at a time, mixing each egg in fully before you add the next. And keep scraping down the sides and bottom of the bowl throughout this process. Then add a few spoonfuls of the flour and spice mixture and gently mix it in until just incorporated, then add a few more and continue to mix this way until all of the flour has been added. Then add about 1/3 of the fruit and mix it in by hand. All of this, of course, can actually be done by hand, but if you are using a stand mixer for the first part of the recipe, definitely switch to hand now so you don't over-mix the flour and make it all gummy. Then continue to add in all the fruit and mix until it's all evenly incorporated. Then add the batter to 2 standardized size loaf pans, which have been well greased with butter or other fat. They should be about 1/2 to 2/3 full. Smooth the top as best as you can, and then pop them in the oven at 300 degrees Fahrenheit, about 150 Celsius for 2 hours. And start checking it around 90 minutes by inserting a wooden skewer. If the skewer comes out clean, then that means it's done. Also, I wanted to share a question with you that I got a lot while I was out on book tour doing Q&As, and that was, how many times do I practice each recipe? Well, for the cookbook, it was many, many times. I tested.
Oh, so he's
them all.
actually a
I had
chef.
my Patreon
I thought he
patrons
was just,
test them all,
just
so
wanted, just enjoyed.
They're perfect.
But he's
I'd
actually
like
the
to
chef. He actually be cooking.
But on the show, usually it's a one and done thing. I try to follow the original historic recipe as closely as possible, and then whatever comes from that is what I'm going to taste. But sometimes, especially with baked goods, I know that I made a mistake because, if it's supposed to be a cake and it turns out like a soup, clearly I did something wrong. That's kind of what happened with this the first time that I tried
You can't
it.
hate raisins
I think
sweet.
I probably
Can't stand raisins
overbeat
and
the
sweets.
eggs and added a little too much soda because it just
Like I like raisins
spilled
on their
out
own.
of the,
But like when
of the
raisins are in
pan
things, I
and all
understand.
onto the
Yeah.
bottom of the
Like, what you
oven, and
doing
it
here?
burned, It was horrible, and yeah, didn't look great. So yeah, all of that to say, if you ever make a mistake in the kitchen, don't sweat it. Just try again. But hopefully, since I made the mistake in this episode, you won't have to recreate my mistake. The recipe that I'm giving you is fairly foolproof, so you can just sit back, relax, and listen to me talk about the history of the much hated and maligned fruitcake. Pinning down the origins of fruitcake is not so easy because the term really can refer to so many different things, and it changes over time. But the act of adding fruit to bread-like products goes back to ancient times. The Sumerians had a sort of cake made with dates, raisins, and cheese
Dates are
that
so
were a
good.
favorite at the palace of Ur. But these were very much unlike any cake that we would know today, as
Or
were
the
the
mixed sweet
ancient
potatoes.
Roman cakes
Ooh.
that were made with barley and fruit and sweetened with honey and wine. Again, nothing like a fruit cake today. But it is possible that these
had sweet
fruit
potatoes in a while
bread
also.
cake
Oh my
things
goodness.
gave rise to the later practices of adding fruit to different breads popular in the Middle East, North Africa, and medieval Europe. But still, they didn't really look anything like fruitcake today. Some were sugar and flour mixed with different fruits and then boiled, which is the precursor to today's figgy pudding or plum pudding. And then there were those that were baked, like the German Stollen or the panforte from Tuscany. But in these early forms of fruitcake, the fruit was usually dried because that was the best way to preserve the fruit. You pick a cherry, you got like 3 days to eat it before it goes bad. But if you dry that cherry out, you can use it in baked goods throughout the year. The other way to preserve fruit was with honey or sugar. But especially in Europe in the Middle Ages, sugar was so expensive that very few people could afford to do that. Sugar had to come all the way from the Far East, or else some places in North Africa grew it. And so getting enough to preserve fruit was not really an option for most people. And nor was using a lot of spices, because those also had to come from very far away. But that all changed in the 16th and 17th century. All of a sudden being like 200 years, all of a sudden the spices and sugar became more available because they could be grown in the New World, which was considerably closer than the Far East.
I'm telling you, when I look at like these old maps and paintings and stuff like that, it's just so dope to look at, you know? It's so cool. Wait, I don't know if I've showed you the new map, May, but give me 1 second. Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? The new map. Let's see. Here's my map here. This is like a part of the map, but this isn't. Let's turn it off and reopen it. Come on. Okay, there you go. Is it going to open? Come on. There you go. So it's just changed quite a bit, right? And right about here, I think, is where we're going to work on the one shot would be located in this area, because this is like the region of the Blue Flame pirates. This is like their domain, kind of, right? There's a few other settlements and things that I would like to add, but for now, that's where I was going to put it. And right now, I'm working on this country right here, this pink one. This is the layout of everything. There's a few other ones, but we're just not gonna work out we're not gonna focus on them right now. A couple of island chains, yeah. I just want to add a few more things over there. Yeah, and I don't know if you've seen my other pirate characters. Like on the side here, where it shows that little slideshow of my my characters. There's a character. He has like a scar on his face, like a big scar over his eyebrow. He's a pirate as well, and this is his pirate. This is their domain. So these ones, they're kind of at beef, you know. They kind of have some beef sometimes, but we're not gonna mention too much about that. Yeah, because the thing is too, because I always think about, in my story, like obviously we follow the main character, and it's not like he's gonna travel to. Wait, I feel like I can push this back a little bit more. Like let's open this leg up a little bit. Yeah, but yeah, it's not like he will travel to every single place. But I want enough, so it's like to know that if there's something happening on an island, let's say he's on this island right here, and there's other islands around, I guess, right? If something's happening on this island, like a big crazy thing's happening, it may affect him in a way, you know what I mean? So having these little other islands are really cool. And for the idea of if I want to have like one shots and or like OVAs type of things, like just, I feel like I could just do it on a island, on a different island, So that's my thought process behind it. So I just love looking at maps like this. And there's more things that I need to put, like pirate ships and everything. I downloaded like a set of brushes. And these brushes are like for map making and stuff. There are like so many things here, like little things, like little markers. Like there's ships here as well. Right, like map markers and stuff. Pair of ships. Bamboo. Because this one was a Japanese set, but I have other ones as well. Some waves. These are looking like mountains right now. But it's really cool. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool.
New World, which was considerably closer than the Far East. They were still luxury items, but not so much so that you had to be nobility to afford them. So it was during this time that more people began preserving their fruit in sugar and could bake cakes with spices. Recipes for these cakes begin appearing in cookbooks like La Varenne's 1651 Le Pâtissier François, which really gave birth to the modern pastry as we know it. In England, Robert May published a recipe for an extraordinary good cake, which called for flour, butter, and cream to be mixed with currants, sugar, cinnamon, nutmeg, and ginger, and then baked into a cake. I do love that following the recipe for an extraordinary good cake, he gives a recipe to make a cake other ways. You'd think he would build up to the best extraordinary cake, but he didn't. Whatever. Anyway, the big difference between these fruitcakes and modern fruitcakes were the fact that they were yeasted. That is how they rose. They used ale barm or other types of yeast to rise the cake instead of baking powder, baking soda, other chemical leaveners that we use today. The issue there is that yeast is not as easy to use, and they still tended to be a little bit more dense even than our fruitcake today. But that was fruitcake for the next 200 years. And that became the cake to make at Christmas time and at other special times of the year. And they actually became the wedding cake for the 18th and 19th century. I did an entire video on the history of wedding cakes or bride cakes, and I talk about how the fruit cake was the standard wedding cake of the period, especially after Queen Victoria made it popular. She had a fruit cake and then iced it with white royal icing, and that is the wedding cake that really became standard for a long time, especially in the royal family, and that continues to today. Queen Elizabeth II, fruitcake. The wedding of Charles and Diana, fruitcake. Even at the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton, they had fruitcake. So if you didn't get an invite, don't worry, that's okay. And while it's still eaten at royal weddings, I feel like what kept fruitcake alive today is the holidays, Christmas time. In England, it was popular to eat as Twelfth Night cake, which then became Christmas cake, and it was famous for its longevity. Even as far back as 1817, Dr. William Kitchener wrote, "A good Twelfth cake, not baked too much and kept in a cool, dry place, will retain its moisture and eat well if 12 months old." One example of these fruitcakes lasting a very long time comes from the early 20th century. In 1910, Robert Falcon Scott led the Terra Nova expedition to the Antarctic regions, and among his provisions was a Huntley and Palmer's fruitcake. Being dense and calorie-laden, it made for a perfect ration to bring along on the expedition. Unfortunately, they seem to have left it behind at base camp when they went to the actual South Pole, because on their return trip from the South Pole, they all starved to death and died from exposure. Over 100 years later, in 2017, the fruitcake was found, and in
Dang.
relatively good condition.
Dang.
In fact, the cake itself was in better condition than the tin box that it was kept in. But as Kitchener had said, these cakes would keep well in a cool and dry place, and there ain't no place cooler and drier than Antarctica. Now, it was around this same period that sending your fruitcake through the mail really took off, because in 1913, the U.S. Postal Service began parcel post, and it was an instant success, and among many other items, fruitcakes became one of the most popular things to ship. You bake a cake, you pop it in the mail, and your Christmas shopping is done. And then it got even easier shortly afterward, because then you didn't even need to bake the cake, you could buy it. Most sources agree it was the Collins Street Bakery in Corsicana, Texas, who first decided to start packaging their fruitcakes specifically for mail order. Fancy cakes in fancy tins filled the mailrooms of the U.S. Postal Service, and more companies got in on the action, like the Claxton Bakery in Claxton, Georgia, who calls itself the fruitcake capital of the world. Sales continued to boom throughout the 1950s, and these fruitcake producers thought that the success would never end. But they were all of them deceived.
Oh, crap.
For another cake was made, deep from the pages of Betty Crocker, in the fires of American ovens, housewives baked a new cake, the chiffon cake.
Chiffon.
The light and airy texture of the chiffon and the other
Have I ever-
sponge cakes that were being made at the time, especially those
I definitely
coming out
had
of
to have.
boxes from places like Duncan Hines, Pillsbury, and Betty Crocker, well, that was becoming the new popular thing on the American palate. And so the dense but rich fruitcake just seemed old-fashioned. Now, whether or not it's better or worse, that's a matter of opinion. But old-fashioned, well, that is a matter of fact. Now, this change in the American palate for different types of cakes didn't happen overnight. In fact, during the Apollo 11 mission to the moon, they brought a fruitcake with them. They were cut into cubes to minimize crumbs and then vacuum-packed and sealed very tightly. The thing is, it doesn't seem that they actually ate them, because you can still see those same Apollo 11 cakes in the Smithsonian today. What is cool is that the newspapers of the day printed the recipe for these fruitcakes. In fact, in 1972, just as the last manned mission to the moon was about to happen, one newspaper printed the recipe saying the Apollo 17 astronauts kept munching on their own special fruitcake during man's last planned mission to and from the moon. You might want to put it on your Christmas surprise menu. Now, that was in 1972, and the fall of the fruitcake was definitely on the precipice. In the 1950s, it was touted as a holiday must, but by the 1980s, one survey put fruitcake as the least wanted gift by 75% of the people polled. Now, if there is anyone that could be said to have really made fruitcake a punchline, it was Johnny Carson. On one of his shows, he told a joke that said, "There is only one fruitcake in the entire world, and people keep passing it around." This became a running gag, and every year he would make fun of fruitcakes, doing things like dropping a fruitcake onto his desk and then having the desk crumble beneath its weight. Funny, yes, but at what cost? At the cost of the popularity of the fruitcake? Well, maybe not, because even today, well over 2 million fruitcakes are sold every year in the U.S. during the holidays. But I know that you will not be buying a fruitcake this year, because instead you'll be baking your own using this recipe from the era of the American Civil War. So once the skewer comes out clean, remove the cakes from the oven, and while they're still hot, brush a healthy amount of brandy or rum on top. This isn't something you must do, but it is traditional, and you can actually brush a bit more on every day or so until you eat the cake, or at least for the first few weeks. Now, after the cakes have cooled on a cooling rack, they are technically ready to eat, but fruitcake aficionados say that they should be seasoned for at least a month or even up to a year. But I'm not waiting a year or even a month, so I'm going to try it right now. And here we are, a Christmas fruitcake from the 1860s. Y'all, I'm just so proud that the fruit and the flour thing worked. The fruit is perfectly throughout the loaf.
My.
Super proud of that. Thank you to everyone on the Panettone episode who commented on
I'm actually like hungry right now, so like that looks pretty tasty.
how to do this. Love learning new things. So it's a tight crumb, as they say in the cake baking world. it's gonna be pretty dense. I mean, it's pretty heavy cake. It's pretty heavy. It's not like crazy heavy, but it's heavy for a cake. So I'm just gonna take a bite and we'll
You should have
see how
dropped
it
it.
is. It's super flavorful. I'll give it that. The fruit comes through, the spices
dry.
really come
You
through.
need some
I
of
used
that
a lot
coffee.
of spices because I wanted it to be a heavily spiced cake. The fruit is, I mean, it kind of has the flavor of like a plum pudding, a Christmas pudding, or something like that. It's the same flavor profile. It's just because it's baked, it's a very, very different texture. It is kind of dry. I think if I put more brandy or whatever on it over, the next few days, it would moisten up. It's not like crumbly dry.
No, it's
more
dry.
just
It's like
it's just so dense that it's not the texture of cake that I would typically eat today.
I'm telling you, pie all day.
And that's why it's no longer as popular as it used to be. It's just been usurped by a nicer texture cake, at least in my opinion. But the flavor is really, really nice. And the thing is, I think with a cup of coffee or a glass of brandy,
Glass
it would
of
actually
brandy?
be really nice. I
A
could eat
glass
couple
of
pieces.
brandy?
It grows on you already. Just the
Give me a
flavor
cold,
lingers for a very long
cold,
time.
smooth
It's really
glass
nice.
of milk,
It
goat milk, to be exact.
is old-fashioned, but it's tasting history.
Have any of you guys drank goat milk before?
Well, what'd you expect? So there's one more story about specifically Civil War era fruitcake that I wanted to share with you, and it comes out of Macon, Georgia. Early in the war, a young soldier from Macon named Abner T. Holt got sick and was cared for by Dr. Charles Couch in Virginia. That
Charles
Christmas of
Couch.
1861, the first Christmas of the war, he received a fruitcake that Mrs. Couch had baked for him and sent to him. And he got another one the next year as well. Then, in 1863, he was wounded at the Battle of Gettysburg, and he convalesced for several months again at the home of Dr. Couch and his wife. After 2 months, he was able to come home, and every Christmas since then, those good friends have sent him
only
the
cow
box
milk?
with a nice fruitcake in it
You should
as a
try it,
Christmas remembrance.
It's
Every year, back down in
it's really
Macon,
good.
the cake arrived around the holidays, and it became such a thing, and Macon, I guess, was such a small town, that the Macon Telegraph, the local newspaper, started printing headlines like, "His annual cake, Mr. A.T. Holt receives his 38th reminder of Virginia friends." And even after both men and Mrs. Couch had died, the families continued to exchange
Oh, that's nice.
fruitcakes all the way up through the 1920s. So just remember, if you are planning on baking a fruitcake this year and giving it to someone, it might be a 6-decade-long commitment. So just keep that in mind and have a wonderful holiday, and I'll see you next time on Tasting History.
Wow. That's cool. I'm gonna put this video at a like. I'm gonna give that video a like. A nice little like. Have I asked about like, do you have like a map for your world, May? Like a general thing, or like, cause I know it's like a detective thing. So you most likely have a city in mind. I've not drawn it yet. You need to? Yeah. I feel like it just really helps to know where things are, because there's like many big events that happen in my world, and the thing is, I always would like to know where people are. So like, my character is like here where something big is going on over here, right? And people that are coming from here and he ends up meeting maybe around here end up talking about it, and it's like, it's just so cool. That's what I'm trying to say. Because there's a lady over here as well, Alchemy, a character of mine, she's over here in this side of the world right now. She doesn't know what he's doing, right? She doesn't know what's happening over here, even though they periodically get news of like things that are going on. She's still kind of at a loss because, you know, it takes some time for the news to travel over there. So it's always cool to know. I feel like that's too long. And I'll do like this. And I'll do, let's see. Let's do a knee up here. And then right here, we'll do like a knee right here. And then the rest of the foot to come down here. And the foot to come out here. And then this foot to come out here. And let's put the head down a little bit more. Shoulders higher up. And then the arm can come back here. And then this arm to go back here. And then from like right here. Yeah, but that's, I don't know. Alright, and that foot maybe a little bit like this instead. And this one can turn a little bit more. And then this is the rib cage. And then it'll come down and then right down here. And then go in and then, I mean, yeah. Let's erase that. And then we can come down with this. Yeah, like that. That's far enough. Down about right there. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll be back. I'll be back. I need to get some water. All right, I'm back. Speaking on the webtoon again, like I feel like the issue that is coming to my mind is like picturing. Whoa, wait. Okay, I just thought something was falling. It's just picturing, like, how do I want to, like, how I'm gonna do it. You know what I mean? It might sound complicated to you all. Okay, that was nerve-wracking. But picturing how I gotta put it together. Where's my glove? Oh, there it is. I found it. Once again, I lose my glove, and then it's always in my pocket. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to just do one of these. Like, what I'm gonna do first is 3 people. I'm gonna do Zani, and I'm gonna do what is her second name? Like I said, I have everything written down. I'm just, you know, I just don't know them by name. But like, oh wait, Bri sent me something else. Dang, Bri. This is Noi, right? Bri, this is Noi, right? Yeah, this is Noi. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy, bro. Alright, what is her name? Let's go to characters. And then let's go to... Like, I'm telling you, I have so many characters. Yep, our girl. Yep, man. Listen, man, I have so many characters. It's not even funny. Like, I literally have, like, folders on folders of just characters. And characters and characters and characters and characters. But I have to go find the pirate crew. Because all the characters are inside the crew. So, wait, I need to find the pirate crew now. Pirate crew, pirate crew, pirate crew. Where is it? Where is it? There they are. And then the blue flame. Yes. J is Azani's second. Her name is J. Yes. But that's crazy, bro. The style is wild in this. Just look at her, bro. Jeez, Louise. Who the heck is Louise? Or do you think it's just that because it rhymes? Like, I really would like to... Because everybody that I know... Everyone that I know make manga. I don't know anybody personally who have made a webtoon. And I really would like to have a conversation with someone who does that. Why? To steal all their secrets. I want them to, you know, to help me, to let me know the lay of the land. I definitely need to, like, watch some videos, like I said. But let's do that. And then let's do this. And then just come in with it, going out there like that. this leg right here, is it around? And then this part of the leg, is it come out at us? And then this is going to be the rest of the knee. And would it go out with the calf? Trying to go more quick with this one. I'm not trying to go too crazy. And I feel like this pose is a lot easier than this one. This pose right here has a lot of like, there's just so much more, not guessing, but like a lot of things are hidden. And poses where things are hidden is always harder. Here, there's some stuff hidden, but most of it is all like here. But this one, her body is curving, like her spine is like going down under here till it stops, right? And then her rib cage is like leaning this way, and then her hips are like going here, and then the leg, and then the thing. You know what I mean? It's so much crazier, I think. But I need to perfect these poses, you know? Everything here has been pretty, like I said, I mean, this one right here is on an easier tip too, I think, because the body's like following its own like path, you know what I mean? Like a normal path. It's not doing any twisting. But when it starts doing twisting and you start seeing like, let's do like a K, and then let's do like a S, like this. You see, once we start seeing a twist like that, so now I'd see like this is the front of this rib cage, right? Like this is the front of this rib cage right here. Then this hips is going back this way, so then we have to do this, rounding this. Once we start getting a twist like this, that's when things start, you know, tripping. But this one's easier because it's more standard. But imagine you draw like something like let's do like a perspective, like K, like a K, like this, right? And then we do like an S, right? So now, once again, we're going to do this, but this time this is going to be the rib cage, right? And then this right here will be the hips this way. And I'm wondering, should I do it forward or backwards? Let's do forward. So now we have like, I mean, if I do it forward, it makes it easier for me, but still like difficult. Like here's the rib cage, and then have to show the bending and squishing and the head, and then the arms and the shoulders, and then the stuff, and but yeah, truly insane. Do you guys know any popular like mangaka? No. I mean, what's the webtoon name? Like, 'cause a mangaka is from manga, but what is the webtoon? I keep saying mangaka. not bad. But I feel like because this one isn't extremely difficult for me, I mean, I can still learn from things like this. Ooh, drawing a head from this angle is interesting. Definitely. Have you read the whole manga, Bright, or what? Of Dorohedoro. Dorohedoro. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that over there. It's complete, so it's complete. So all of it. So you have read all of it. Oh wait, this is a video about. Oh, this lady. You see, man, that a lot of that. Even this video right here, because this person is talking about becoming a webtooner, but she's like talking. It looks like she does a lot of that stuff we were talking about. Listen, from what I'm seeing here, wait. Oh, this is a competition for manga. Oh, that's cool. Sweet home. Oh, I thought it was gonna say Alabama, but I guess not. Whoa, copyright. Yo, these are cool. These are really cool. An episode is usually how long a one shot is, huh? You said 1 to 2 episodes. What's that webtoon you showed me called? Becoming a magic school mage? Ah. Would any of you guys want to be isekai'd? Is that something that any of you guys... I mean, I feel like if you've ever watched anime, you've always thought about being isekai'd before. You know what I mean? But like honestly, like if you were able to be like, listen, snap of the fingers, you're isekai'd into a different world, right? But you don't get to choose. But it's not on no Attack on Titan type beat, okay? You're going to get, it's going to be a fantasy world, right? You're going to get isekai'd. Tomorrow, boom. Are you agreeing? Like, are you cool with that? Nah? Like, because I'm just like, because a lot of us, we're just like, yeah, it would be cool to be an animator. Yeah, it would be cool. But the thing is, I feel like we're just thinking of like the coolest of things happening. You know what I mean? And it always throws me off to an extent sometimes when, oh, these eyes are so cool. When a character isekais, right? And then they're just walking around like everything cool, happy, dandy. I'm like, hold up, brother. Huh? What? Are you sure? 40% yes, 80% no. Yeah. Yo, these eyes right here are insane. Like, look at these eyes. They're so stylized. Not this. Look at these eyes. So crazy, right? Very nice. Let's try this one. Just a really... Wait, what? And yeah, it always bugs me when that happens. Like I remember I saw like one isekai that really was like, okay, the the beginning, 40% yes, 80% no, 20% yes. Like in the beginning, the first like episode or first something, the MC, I don't remember if it was a chick or if it was a guy. I think it was a guy. They were like broken, and I'm like, thank you. Obviously, the show had to keep going, so he ended up, or she ended up, like, just moving forward. But I just love it showing, yes, that's exactly what, okay. Because, nah, my boy, like that, like people who sadly, who are like, let's say only childs or orphaned, like people who just don't have family. Them, I can understand them saying that, right? Like, I mean, a little bit. Like, some of them still know, but a lot of them, when they say that, I'm like, okay, right? But are you really saying right now, you're like, you gone, boom, everybody like everything just disappeared, bro. Like, what? Oh my god! All your family, like people, like is just gone. Like you'll never see them again. And you're down. You're good. I don't know, man. I don't know. Wakarimasen. But man, but low key, sometimes I just wanna. Sometimes I just wanna hit somebody with a kamehameha. You know what I mean? I just wanna You know what I mean? But the thing is, like I said, you can't choose. Okay, listen. If you could choose what anime you'd go into, would you guys go? If you could choose, it was not a random. Like you choose the anime you get into, would you say yes? I'll try to see if I can draw a head with those eyes. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man. I'm like, how I couldn't, man. I don't think I can. Maybe, yeah. Bry's thinking about it now. He's like, I got some people I need to see. You know what I mean, in person. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Probably yes. Okay, what are you thinking about then, Bry? Like, where are you going? Where are you going, Bry? Because Bry said yes. I'm removing the probably. Bry said yes. So what do you have in mind? Let's keep it I'm gonna draw that same eye that I did, but like in a 3/4. So thinking about it, obviously we'll just go like so. Curve, and then this doing like this. Get a little smaller. Wait, no, it just needs to go. Oh my god. No way. I was like, in my head, I was like, he better not say air gear. Really? Air gear? Like you will risk like I mean, yeah, your life. I mean, you're gonna be in air gear of the world. I mean, like, is air gear of the world that crazy? I feel like air gear is like pretty normal, right? Like a normal world, just crazy things, like because of the story. Because I always think about it like this. It's pretty sci-fi, okay, yeah. Because I haven't really seen it, but from the little, maybe that one time, like many years ago, but like, I always think about it like this. If I transport into a world, it's not like I'm going to be with the crew and everything. Like, if I were to say One Piece, right? Because One Piece is my favorite, If I were to say One Piece, I'm not imagining me a part of the Straw Hats. I'm just in that world, right? So whatever happens, happens. Right? Next thing you know, a Navy ship is chasing, like, this. Like, I'm just thinking, I'm in that world. Only around the main cast. If you're a normal person, you're good. You see, that's what I was thinking. Like, I'm thinking, like, you could like potentially end up getting powers or whatever. I'm not saying that's not an issue. Like, you can randomly end up becoming whatever. I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but I'm not saying like you're going to be around the squad. Like the main cast. You're just going to be a person that's living in the world, right? Because how I'm thinking about it too is not like, I don't remember the main character's name in air gear, but it's not like you and him just like are boys and you just walking through the streets. No, 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 no. Like I don't even know if you're in the timeline where he's still alive. You know what I mean? Because I'm thinking like, what if time passed and he's doing this thing? Because especially with the MC being there, I don't know if I would want to like be there in that time, especially if I had to choose. Iki? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I want to... Hold on, let me actually adjust this again. Yeah, I don't know if I would like to want to be in the One Piece world while Luffy's still alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, Luffy's already Pirate King. Years have gone by. He gone. And now, you know, the new generation, the new world. So you'd like to be in Air Gear, Bri, with all the main cast. They're all gone, you know. They're of the past. And you, let's erase this. And like you're there now, following the next part of the story. Yeah, I read the manga, and it was Amigo World ending. Okay, so perfect. So now let's say you're a part of a different world, you know? Like it's Air Gear's world, but it's not the timeline of the manga. Excuse me. Are you still like down? Wait, no, this eye tilts up, so I'm gonna have to tilt it up a bit. Sure. Right, like, yeah, you ain't changing my mind. I'm gonna be over there with my rollerblades. Alright, alright. Do you even know how to roller skate, bro? I mean, I would guess because, you know. But okay, okay. Ooh, that one right there looks pretty cool too. It's like, all right. Oh, then never mind. I thought I would. Ooh, this is a really cool pose. Oh my goodness. Interesting. But I definitely need to find a way, like find out how I'm gonna do this whole thing. Yeah, but okay, how about this, May? Would you isekai into your own world? How about that? That's something to think about, huh? That's something to think about. The world that you created, would you isekai into that one? That. I don't know, man. You don't know? Like I was thinking, I've been thinking about that. What the heck? I've been thinking about that with my world. Like, would I isekai in it? Nah, my boy. I'm good. I'm alright. I think I'm alright. No, 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 no. It's yep, yep. No, 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 no. Yep, I'm alright. It is. It nah. Just how people move in the political structure and like, cause like, I feel like my world is pretty quote unquote realistic in the sense of like the political structure of the world, but just dialed up to like the tens. But the thing is, I feel like it could also be real in somewhere in the world in a sense, but I'm just like, yeah, nah. Like everywhere you go, unless you're like a certain person, like there's literally bloodlines. Unless you like really one of them, you your life ain't like, you know, like some people like in certain locations you can have like a nice, pretty nice life. Right? Like there's safer countries and islands and stuff, but like the odds, you know what I mean? The odds. Oh, Morgan, hello. How are you doing today? Just appeared out of nowhere. What was this world with people with superpowers? Oh, so this exact world with people with superpowers? Oh yeah, nah. Oh yeah, nah. Your world? Oh yeah, nah. You don't even need to ask me if I would go there. I don't think so. Imagine just dropping superpowers in people's hands here. That would be terrifying. That would be like super scary. Oh, and Morgan, I finished the full body of her. I was thinking of making this like a magazine cover, so I think that's what we're going to do. I'm gonna write her name. Like I want to look up some magazine cover references. Do you have any magazine cover references, Morgan? Morgan just got here and I'm standing there at work. But some magazine cover references. I had to catch up on that. I've been putting off the forever now. Imagine to put a politician with mind powers. Oh, that he wins every time. He knows what will sway the people. He knows what they want to hear. I was watching a video about this girl. She was talking about magic systems. She talks about like the like cool weaknesses for like power systems, because I remember listening to a guy. His name is, I forget. He's a big author. He said, like, fantasy writer. He said the best part, like the best part of a magic system is the weaknesses, if that makes sense. Like what they can't do is, how did he say it? Like he had like a whole saying. I can't think of it. It was like the power system, or the most important part of the power system, or the power is what the power can't do. Something like that, right? And the girl, she was talking about like, what if somebody had mind powers, but they didn't know whose mind it was that they were reading, and I was like, oh. Imagine you just walk in, and you just hear somebody just say something. Now you're just like, what the? Who the freak said that? And now imagine, oh, never mind. That would just be crazy. But yeah, he said something like that. He said, like something like maybe your power system is only as good as the weaknesses or something like that. I don't remember. But it makes so much sense to me when you think about it, because anybody can have a power, right? Like I could just say, well, you can fly now, and then you'd be like, okay. Like there's no limit to his flight. No, he can fly. Okay. He has super strength. Is there a limit to like how much he can lift? No. He can lift pretty much anything, really. Okay. You know what I mean? That's like kind of boring at a certain point. But he can fly only at night. Right? So now it's like tense. So he has to get to wherever he has to get to before the sun goes. I mean, before the sun rises. Right? Like at sunset, he's. Oh, you sent it to me? Oh. Thank you, Maureen. Oh wow, ooh, the back one, like the name in the back of the head, looks nice, but because her face is up there. The name behind her, maybe the name in front of her. Think. That one lady in The Boys. There's a lady in The Boys who can read minds. I haven't watched. Listen, I stopped watching The Boys after the first season. So yeah, I have no idea what's going on in that show. I remember I saw somebody show something like a clip. I was like, oh my goodness, man. Yeah, I definitely didn't miss nothing. It was wild. Sister Sage, is that her name? Behind at the waist? I mean, I can, but the thing is, like, how, like, it will still block it to an extent, don't you think? Like, behind the mini her. Oh, okay. So behind. Okay, I'm thinking, what if? Okay, this is the one right here, right? What if we did like, because I have to still be able to see it. Okay, what if it's like behind? Well, let's duplicate this just in case. What if it's like behind here? Like, I'm not saying this is going to be the font. I'm just playing around with it. What about like behind? Yeah, but how would you even see what letter it is? Like, how would you even see what it says? Because these ones, at least you could see it. Like, we won't be able to see. You know what I mean? The thing about fashion mags. You can't believe you said mags. The word- you don't really need to matter. Yeah. Because that's what I'm thinking. Like, she is like, this is her name, and I want it to be there. You know. So like. Like, I was thinking maybe behind the head, right? But the thing is that those faces are going to be blocked. But what if I did it like this, but the color changes? You know what I mean? Like the color changes, or like a, I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. Okay. But man, oh man. Air Gear? Like, I really gotta watch Air Gear, bro. Like, for real. Like, I really need to watch this anime. Air. Because, like, Bri just said he's risking it all to isekai into that world. I have to see it. 2006. April 5th. Move the font way out the way. Relatively safe. Yeah, but like I don't know, cause like I need to know why. Because I'm not saying it's like in a sense of danger, but I just need to know why. So I gotta see it, because you risking it all, bro. You risking it all, like your whole life. Bro, is like, listen, if they told me tomorrow, I'm gonna wake up in that's all you. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna be in the Air Gear world. Where is Air Gear located anyway?
Modern technology has allowed for the advent of a 4-kilowatt miniaturized motor no bigger than a tiny gear. And it's become especially popular among extreme sports fans who use it to modify their rollerblades.
Oh! When you said that, so it is like that. So they just be standing, and it takes them where they need to go. Man, that's cheating. Dang, the animation holds up really well.
These daredevils push themselves to go even faster.
Japan? Oh, okay, so you're just gonna be in Japan with roller skates. Alright, then, I get it. Bro, you might as well just move right now, man. I'm playing. Bro's like, yeah, they're in Japan, and they just be skating. Japan, and I mean, obviously, you said some sci-fi elements.
To fly even higher. With these high-tech devices, they enter a world of their own, racing down the streets, writing their own rules. For Air Trek riders, there are no boundaries. The
Dang, buddy beat up in the face. His face, like, dang, first episode, his face beat up. Yeah, how many episodes? How many episodes in total, bro? Boom, 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 boom. $12, you think? Like in total, there's only 12 episodes? What? Dang. 25. Okay, 25 total. You said 12. I was about to say 12 episodes. But yeah, what time is it? Oh snap! Morgan just got here and I have to go. Yeah, guys, it was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed this this stream where we did get a lot of practice in, which is good. We drew Catwoman and some other poses and stuff, and also an eye. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. And today is Wednesday, right? I mean, technically Thursday now. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mata, ashita. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next one if you are willing, of course. Good night. Good night. Have a good one. And I definitely need to do some more research on this webtoon thing. And I gotta draw Azani like 50 times. But I like her design. I like drawing her, you know. And I have to draw Jay. You guys haven't seen her yet. Jay, she's cool. She has bangs. That's all I can tell you. She has bangs, and that's all I can tell you for right now. Cause I'm thinking of giving her glasses, but I don't know yet. I might put her glasses on, but I don't know. But yeah, guys, I'll see you guys then. Peace, love, and fry grease. Peace, 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 and more peace. Oh, bye bye, everyone. Hope you have a great rest of your night. Sleep well and stuff. Drink plenty of water, you know. Yeah. Oyasumi. 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 I gotta break out my tablet to show the front. Okay. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Wait, did you do it yet? Or are you going to do it? Boom, 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 boom. I got Reborn as a vending machine. I didn't even finish the first season of that anime. Reborn as a vending machine. Crazy.